Hello,
Danielita,
Kakiro. How are you?
very good. I'm waiting to see on my phone if I get a notification of the
Oh,
video. It usually takes about 10 seconds to notify me.
let's see. Because I also should get one.
Ah, there it is. Yeah,
Oh,
so we're
there
good.
is mine too.
Yeah, so we're
So,
good. We're
yeah,
good.
ringing the bell
Oh, it
is
works?
working today and
Yes.
works.
Well, it
Yeah.
always works. Yesterday, for some reason, something happened.
Yeah, sometimes something happened.
Or
We
people
should know that.
lie. Collectively lied.
No, cuz.
Never trust people.
No, because
Never, ever.
because
People lie.
I didn't got the notification last time.
I can't say if I got it yesterday.
No.
I
Not
probably did.
yesterday. The last time I told you. I don't know if you remember that I told you.
No.
I'm not getting it, so
Short memory,
yeah.
always.
Whatever, yeah. Doesn't matter.
So how are you, Danielira?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you?
Very good, very good. Did a portrait, one of the rewards for our book.
Very nice
this
one.
morning. Thank you.
I like it a
It's
lot.
it's a very nice suggestion of one of our supporters that we really appreciate, love, respect. Joe Pyra.
Mm-hmm.
Joe, I think, has supported us for years.
Yeah.
Like, even prior to, I'm going to say, I think Joe was there for the original book, for the first one.
Yeah.
So,
The original.
yeah, the OG first Kickstarter. No, Joe is super, super nice. He's always been very generous, very supportive with us. And he suggested, because we opened up the rewards, the portrait rewards, so that people can send, whatever they want us to try and paint. I always imagine that people understand that, it's not quite a portrait commission, but it's like saying, hey, could you paint this, this subject matter for me?
Mm-hmm.
And I always hope that people understand that I'm going to take some liberties with it, as
Yeah.
I always do. So the weird thing would be if I was a very traditional portrait painter, and when people send me rewards, I become a very expressive portrait painter.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that people are okay with me just being the portrait painter that I am, which is quite an experimental, expressive portrait painter. So there are portraits that I leave empty space. There are portraits that I'm taking chances with color. There are some that are a little more naturalistic. So I don't know. When people suggest something, I'm always like, okay, what can I do with this? And I give it a shot. So I think I have faith in people that they know that that's what they're going to get.
Mm-hmm.
And I also hope that when they supported us through that pledge, they understood that was going to be it.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping, really hoping that people are going to be happy with the rewards. I think they are. I think I'm trying to be super consistent so that nobody can say, "Oh, I got a good one," and then I can tell that there's a ton of people that got a bad one.
Mm-hmm.
I hope that people can look at the I think it's 80 something that we're going to do.
As a whole.
Yeah. And they look at all of them and say, wow, those are very cool.
Yeah.
Like, just looking at all of them and say, wow, these as a collective and as a reward that has like one kind of character, one personality, they feel very, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm happy with that. Those are chugging along. I'm chugging along. That's what's going to take most time in the production of the book, but I'm happy. We're trying to set up dates to see when we can go visit my brother.
For the shipping, yeah.
Yeah, so we could stay for a couple of weeks over there and take care of all the shipping. So
Packing, shipping.
oh yeah, packing is going to be, well, my brother did help, and he was very, very generous.
But I'm gonna
Cynthia
be-
did help
Yeah.
first
'Cause
time,
I know
but
that it's
we don't want to,
complicated.
like, they work, so I can't be expecting them to help, and when I was there the first time, it was the same thing. They're both amazing professionals and they're working. So I can't be like, hey guys, I'm going to wait for you guys to stop working or for
And
you to
even
have a
if they
break.
were like resting, I wouldn't be I wouldn't feel okay
Yeah,
to
I
say,
always told them, no,
hey.
no, no. This is, this is all me. Don't
Yeah.
worry about it. Like, this is, you don't have to worry about it. This is all me.
Yeah, and
But
at that time I couldn't go with
I
you, but
know,
now
I know.
it's
But
gonna
yeah, the
be
amazing thing
our
is like,
project
I
and
think
our
with
group.
you,
So
we work super, super well. Like when we like tell each other, okay, what are we gonna do? What are our roles? And it's
yeah,
like
like
you
game
do,
plan.
yeah, it's like you cut, bubble wrap, pass it to me, I wrap it and put it in a box,
And then I pass it
seal
back to
it.
you. You put tape.
Yeah,
Done.
if we do that, I think we're like a, 19th century like industrial worker. We are like a machine, I feel. So I think we're going to be good. I think a couple of weeks are going to be okay. You'll see that it's tough. It's nerve wracking. You know what the most nerve wracking part of it is? I felt
What?
printing the
The
things,
stamps. Yeah.
printing the things from stamps.com. They are so
Of
expensive.
course,
I
because
mean,
that's where you
yeah,
can make a mistake.
yes, and a mistake can cost you about $70.
Yeah.
So a bad print, $70. And then you can kind of tell them, hi, I'm sorry. You can say, hey, I'm going to ask for a refund. Sorry, I printed it wrong. And you can actually ask for refunds. They usually take about a month or maybe longer for them to give you a refund because they're checking to see that you don't use the
stamp you
shipping
printed,
label.
yeah.
The shipping label that you printed. That's the only way they can tell that you didn't
That it was an actual mistake. Yeah.
yeah. So refunds, I think, work, but they take a long time. So we don't have like infinite amount of money. So we can't be like willy-nilly like making mistakes and saying like, oh, messed that one up to Australia, which was $90 to ship. So sorry, let's ask for a refund. No, we're not a business. So all of those mistakes, like you feel it. Like you feel like, oh my God, just I wrote this wrong. Like I typed this wrong. And I assure you, we're gonna make mistakes. It's almost like impossible. Or we're printing stuff, and the printer runs out of ink.
Yeah, but I have to say,
Yeah,
I mean, I know that mistakes can happen.
it will happen.
But I've been training with because I do all the shipping info.
Yeah.
For the people
No, don't jinx yourself. Don't jinx yourself.
No. What I'm saying is, no, I'm not saying I'm not gonna commit a mistake. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, let's not jinx ourselves.
No, but listen to me. I'm trying to say that I've been practicing.
Yeah.
So now I know that I have to triple check.
Yes.
Every single character I write.
Yeah, that's.
So I'm not trying to jinx. I was gonna say that I'm used to, like, checking and double checking and triple checking.
Yeah, that's actually right because you do all the labels for our shipments.
Mm-hmm.
You actually handwrite everything for our FedEx stuff. So yeah, you are used to saying this information is important. We have to like triple check it.
Mm-hmm.
What happened to me when I was doing those is that the most mistakes that I made
because of
were
characters.
Yeah. So if we're sending stuff to, I don't know.
Spain,
anywhere
for
where
example, that has a tilde.
Yeah, maybe like accents, or maybe you're sending stuff to anywhere in Scandinavia, and they have like all these letters with circles on top, and so you can say Control C, Control V, but then the stamps.com thing doesn't accept characters. So, they put it as 113, 110 or something. So it messes everything up. And I would do batch printing. So I wouldn't really see if it was right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it was later when I was just like taping them that I would be like, what the hell is this? And I'd be like, oh my God. And it was always shipping that would cost about $70, $75. So I was like, oh, are you kidding me? I'm like $75 down. I remember I had to leave and I had to ask my brother to see if we could get the
refund.
The refunds. And if I'm not mistaken, it was about $750, $800 worth of refund of moments that I messed up. So,
because I remember at that time I helped you with the list.
Yeah.
But the thing is that I was like
super careful.
copying that and putting it in the list. So I think that now we have to, since the list,
Yeah.
I mean, so we can do Control C, Control V. What we should do is in the Excel file,
Yeah.
like change those characters that are not going to be accepted, which I think it's easier. So I can do that
Awesome.
from here. So we can be like a little bit more comfortable with using
Yes.
Control C, Control V, but we know that we still have to double check and triple
Perfect.
check. So
Oh, perfect. Perfect. That would be amazing.
no, yeah.
That, and we have to deal with. I remember I was printing so many labels that they blocked the account. Yeah, because I was spending so much money so quickly that they blocked the account, and they were like, "No, we have limits." And I was like, "What do you mean you have limits? Like, no." And so we had to call and say, "Could you, I'm aware that you guys put limits there, and it's fine. And I'm guessing that's if somebody like hacks your account and starts like printing remotely using your account, that they can block those people just preemptively." But we had to like tell them, please don't block this account. I'm going to be printing about 500 labels.
Yeah, like authorize a different limit.
Yeah. So no limit. We had to put like no limit on it. And they were like, are you sure? We won't be able to like,
track.
Well, you won't be able to like stop if something wrong is going on. And we were like, no, I mean, that's the only way, because we can't, if you tell me like it's like $300 a day, and if we are shipping to Europe, that's going to be 6 books. So we had to tell them like, no, that's not good for us. Like, we can't ship 6 books a day. We have to ship about around 50 a day. We have to take around 40 to 50 a day. So those are things to be kind of wary of. Is it wary of or weary of? I think it's wary
I would
of.
say aware of, and that's it.
It's wary of. Wary. Isn't it wary? I think so. Anyways, I painted on the portrait last night.
Yes.
Yeah, I changed it.
Yeah.
I stood up, I looked at it, and something was off. And it's not big things, but it's a bunch of little things that when you add them up, it looks like a big change. But I just wasn't happy. And it has nothing to do with the painting looking like or feeling like my niece. But I guess part of it, yes, I'm not going to lie. Part of it is like, I don't know if I see her there. But also part of it was like, this is just bad drawing. Like, I don't know. And it was like, it had a character to it that I actually liked.
Yeah,
but
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm gonna take my camera off because I realized there's the wire of the camera, so that's why it's moving. Go ahead.
Oh, it's okay. So I had to I had finished painting last night, and we were almost like done for the day. But I told Danny, like, I don't know, I have to change some things. I'm just looking at it, and I just don't feel okay. It is what it is. You just don't, if you don't like something, if you don't feel comfortable with what you're painting, like, there's no point. People can tell you it's beautiful a million times, but if you don't feel okay, like, there's nothing anyone could ever tell you to make it feel okay. So even if you're in the wrong here, even if it's like, hey, you're going to risk ruining something that's actually really good. But if you don't have peace of mind when you finish painting something, like, if you don't go and say, you know what, maybe it's off, but that's as good as I can paint it. Like, I can't paint it any better. And I understand how when people say, come on, that's a little complacent. Like, yes, you can push harder and try to paint it better. Now, trust me, like, after many, many years of painting, it's not about pushing. You have limits. You have limits that are based on your technical abilities, on your knowledge, on your experience. Like, there's so many reasons why you can't push farther than a certain point. If it was just about trying, like sitting down and saying, like, I am going to give it my best shot. Like, if that's what it took to paint better, come on. Like, almost every single painter would then be capable of painting better and better and better and better, because every painter I know, when they sit down, they try to paint the crap out of they try to make the best painting they can. You never, ever sit down and set out to paint a bad painting. Never. That would be ridiculous. You never sit down and say, you know what, today I'm going to suck. You always sit and say, I'm going to try to kick ass today. Like, this is going to be an awesome painting. So I've never met anyone that, loves painting, that understands themselves as a painter, that is never like, I'm up for this challenge and I'm going to give it my all. Yes, some days are going to be tough. Some days are going to be like difficult, for sure. But that you're not trying to make the best painting that you can, I simply don't think that that's true. So whenever somebody says, oh, just push a little bit more, I mean, that's like nice and good, and it feels like, give it the old like college try. Like, come on, put some oomph behind it. Yes, go. I mean, sure, that could be good. I don't know, like sideline, just screaming and yelling and trying to like get the best out of somebody, where you're just cheerleading somebody, and trying to take them, over the line, like push them over the line. And yes, that counts for something. But again, trust me, we have our limits. This is not something that you can suddenly be the most amazing painter ever, that you thought, like a painter that you thought was not there, just because you're going to say, let me try. Again, I wish it was that easy, but it's not. What you can do is like educate yourself why you're struggling, and recognize your shortcomings, recognize where your painting is not meeting your expectations. And based on those things based on that info that you acquire while you're assessing your painting, then you make changes, you make decisions to try to take the painting back to its like original kind of path. And that's what painting feels like. That's what, trying to correct course your painting feels like. But painting it better just by saying, I'm just going to sit here 2 more hours and paint, that doesn't work. It really doesn't. That doesn't do anything. So many times I stop and I say like, yep, that's as good as I could do this. Like, I could probably sit here 4 more hours and it's going to be marginally better. Like, nothing that's going to even read as better. But honestly, that's as good as I could do it. And there are other times that last night, that I looked at it and I was like, no, I think I could do this better. Like, that's the thing. When you believe you can do something better, that's when you should always push. When you look at something and you're like, I know I have it in me, I like recognize that I could do this a little bit better, a little bit. That's when you should never, ever quit. Never. That's when you should say, well, why are you not sitting down and working? Like, do it. Don't ever be satisfied with something that doesn't work. So I remember when I would do workshops, and I would go around, and this would happen in classrooms too, in like art, the art faculty. But I would walk around and I would say like, you know what, this, or it could be like the drawing class, life drawing class. And I would walk around and say, you know what, this looks a little weird. This is a little too big. And the response you would get 9 out of 10 times would be like, I know, it's too big. It's too big. I know. And my response 10 out of 10 times to that would be, if you knew, why didn't you do anything about it? Like, if you knew it was off and it was bothering you, because most of the times I would say, whenever something was off but it worked, I would completely acknowledge those things. I would say, oh, this is really off, but it looks really cool. Like, this is a chance that you took here, but it looks super, super cool. It works really, really well. I'd be the first one, again, first one to cheer you on would be me. But but when it didn't work, I'd be like, hey, this is, this misproportion here, it just looks funky. It just looks weird. And people would always say, yeah, 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 I saw it. I saw it. And I would always say, like, if you saw it, do something. Like, why didn't you do something about it? Like, why did you keep working? Why did you have to wait for me to come here and tell you this looks weird? So I think that that's a really important part um of how to get quote unquote better, or how to be the artist that you want to be, that you don't wait for somebody else to tell you that there's something that bothers them that was bothering you. You should never ever be surprised by something that bothers people that you could have done better. You should never, but you should never like expect that. You should always say, I'm happy with this. I know why this hand is kind of weird, but I like it this way. I remember that my father used to be, I mean, it was in my father's personality, but he was hypercritical, like hypercritical. And I think the reason he was hypercritical was just because he was very, very intelligent. Like, I'm not saying this because of my father. He was like objectively, I would say, borderline like genius. But the way he would understand how to prove that he was, not to say that people were constantly questioning if he was highly intelligent, but this was already ingrained in him. The way he would prove that he was intelligent was by spotting things that were off. He would always, like, he would never stop to acknowledge the things that you were doing good. He would just tell you, I would imagine in his brain, he would say, those things are easy to spot. All the things that you're doing that are good, like that's change. That's like nothing. But I'm going to show you how, good of an observer I am by telling you the things that are, off, that maybe you don't notice, or maybe that you did notice, but you were hoping that people wouldn't notice. And he would always spot them. Always, always. Like, I would do paintings. I remember, I forget which painting it was specifically, but I remember knowing that a hand had given me issues. Like, there was one freaking hand that was just a little too tough for me to paint. It's something just wasn't clicking. Like, everything else in the painting, everything else was working. Everything else. Like, it was a large painting. I remember having a lot of figures, and everything else was cool. And I remember my father, because this is at the time when I came back and I was working from home, and my father would, he was at that time, I think later on, he was also working from home, or he would go teach some classes and then he would go back. But he would walk in from time to time, like he would knock on my door, walk in and look at what I was doing. And he'd be like, yeah, yep. That hand gave you some issues. Like, everything. Like, he would spot it immediately. It was like sticking out like a sore thumb. And I was always like, Dad, he was never wrong, but it was like the first thing he
Pointed
said.
out?
What's that?
Pointed
First thing
out.
he
No, I'm
pointed out,
sorry.
yeah. And I do think, I think both of us are very supportive. I think our instinct with both of our work,
Mm-hmm.
Danny, is for us to be supportive with each other. I think I'm probably more critical than you. I don't know how you feel about that. I think I inherited
No.
some of that of my father,
No,
but
I think I'm also critical.
but I think you're very intelligent in the way that you're critical. And sometimes I have to check myself a lot because I can hear a lot of my father when I tend to be critical. And I always have to like remind myself, come on, you can say this better, or you can say this, but after saying all the good things that are there. I think that you can kind of gently massage criticism in, and that's always going to be nice. It's not to say that, come on, people can take it. You should educate artists to be able to handle criticism, and that's super true. But I always loved when I had teachers that just gently told me what was off.
Mm-hmm.
Or they would say, wow, that's such a cool gesture. That's so nice that you're being so expressive and taking chances. I love that you're doing like this hip coming out and these legs are really coming like at us. But they would say, but maybe that leg is like a little blocky. So you would be like, they would build up your ego.
Mm-hmm.
So you could like say, yes, they are acknowledging what I'm trying to do. And then you would tell, and then my teacher, and this was especially David Soman, he was very, very good at doing this. He just told you 10 things that were really good so that you felt okay. You kind of opened up to the to this exercise of being criticized.
Mm-hmm.
And then he would just say, but I think this could work a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
And you would be like, okay,
Yeah.
I can deal with this. I can deal with it.
You know, I think it's not like building up your ego
Mhm.
when people do that, but I think it's a very intelligent way for someone that's teaching
Yeah.
to let the other person know that the thing they want you to work on is not the only thing they see. Because I think
Right.
it's very important to acknowledge all the things you're seeing. And sometimes you see something that's not working because there's a lot of things working. And I would agree with you that I tend to like focus on those things that work.
Yeah.
The same as I focus in the thing that maybe I'm going to comment
Yeah.
about. So in that sense I get it. But yeah, I think it's very intelligent to do it that way for a teacher,
Yeah.
because it would make their students more open to changing it and not getting frustrated. Because I think that happens sometimes when the person that's teaching you something is just getting to your work and saying that head is so big, it doesn't make sense, and you're like, I mean, I knew that, but I've been working on all these things that I feel that are working, and I know that that's bothering me, and I'm gonna go back to it. But then you're just gonna stick with that is bad, or that is misproportioned, or whatever. But you're not gonna focus in all the things you've done good. So
Yeah. Yeah. I tried. I think my model for teaching when I was at the university was always David Soman and Sam Martin.
mhm.
David was just he always gave you criticism, but in my mind, I can't have any idea different than him just being very nice.
Mhm.
Like in my mind, my memory of him is just a very nice, super cool dude. Like super, super nice.
Mhm.
And you don't have that idea of somebody who's highly critical.
Yeah.
Like I remember other teachers that would just, they would just give you a grocery list of everything that was wrong.
Mhm.
And you would be like, Jesus Christ, like throw me a
Yeah.
bone, like
Yeah.
give me something.
Yeah.
Like, can't you see something? Like I've improved from last painting or something.
Yeah.
Just give me a little something because we need it. Like young people or people that are starting out, this is so tough that many times you're like, I know, like, don't hand me anything that I don't deserve. Like, I get it. But please acknowledge the little things that I'm working on
Mhm.
that are like small little triumphs, like small little bits of success, because I need them. Like, I need to go home and feel like today I wasn't like as big a failure as I've been, these past few days. Just, I need this little moment, please.
Mhm.
And there's teachers that would be like, nope. Like, I won't sugarcoat it. And I know there's people that love that. There's people
Yeah,
that are
but
super tough and they love to be treated like harshly. And that's the way they learn.
people that go to CrossFit.
Yeah. But I think for most of us, it's not about being gentle or being nice. It's just like reaching a balance.
Yeah, and
Be-
I wouldn't think about it as sugarcoating, because I know that there is a critic, like a big critic from a lot of people about that type of criticism towards art or feedback, let's say. When people just say the good things and then go to the bad thing, they say they're sugarcoating it too much. But I think it's also important, and more when you are in an institution or in a place you want to learn, I think it's also important to train your brain
Mm-hmm.
to also see the good things.
Yeah.
Because I know that realizing you're making a mistake and trying to correct it, that's what makes you like improve, learn, grow as an artist. But I also think that sometimes it's very bad when you just think about that thing that's wrong and you just fixate on that.
Oh yeah.
Because then your brain is just thinking that in your painting, one bad brushstroke and everything just falls down. And I don't think that should be thought about like that, because I think that you can build your painting with all your strengths but also your debilities, and it's good to get to know your debilities, to work on them, but also your strengths.
Weaknesses, Danielita.
Debilities, no.
I know. I love you, and I
Okay,
love that word. Yeah.
weaknesses, I'm sorry.
No. I
But
love.
your
You know
strength
that we love
and your
that.
weakness, but so your weakness to work on that, but also your strengths, so you can do like a balance of it, and you can like see something you want to paint and start saying, okay, I know that this is going to be complicated for me. For example, you talk about ellipses
Oh yeah.
for you,
My bane.
so that's complicated for you, but
More
you've been talking about it when you've been doing paintings of ellipses.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's important to say, okay, this is complicated, but I know that I'm good, or that I feel more comfortable with this other thing. So I can just like make it work if I do a balance between this and this. So I just don't put the focus on the thing that's super complicated for me, but because I know my strength, I know that maybe if I use like, I don't know, but this palette, and I do like emphasis in the saturation of the palette, or if I go with this thing that's inside the ellipses, that's the thing that I feel is the thing I'm very good at. You can make that work
Mm-hmm.
so that that weakness would not shine like so bright that it just like erases
Yeah.
everything
No, I
that
get
you're
you.
doing right. So I think it's very, very important to say the good things so your brain can know, okay, how, what are, like, I think that the good things you do, like your strengths
Yeah.
on painting or in whatever task you're doing, they help you to see, like, it helps when you think about them as tools. Like, I'm facing these problems, what tools do I have?
Yeah.
And I think that the things you are very good at are your tools.
Mm-hmm.
So
No, you're right. For example, just to so that people can understand your example, or if I can illustrate your example, because I think it's spot on. What I do usually when I have stuff with ellipses is that I try to concentrate on atmosphere. So instead of like trying to do this gorgeous design of a painting that is based on these kind of like beautiful perspectives, what I try to do is just concentrate on atmosphere and have some of that be looser,
yeah,
or just tonally I would just have a ton of values meet, so that some of the edges of the ellipses like disappear.
yeah.
And then
So
I know
like,
that I can't run away from it, because there's going to be some moments where I'm going to be like, you have to paint it, like you have to go for this, and I'm going to do my best, but I'm not going to try to do a let's put an example to this. I'm not going to try to do a, what was the name of that painter? Ken Gregoire, is it? Ken Gregoire? We saw a painting of his in Spain.
¿cómo se escribe?
Ken Gregoire. Yeah. Ken, so Kenne, Gregoire. I mean, I'm sure maybe it's not even the. Yeah,
We saw
Gregoire.
a painting where?
I think it was at the, where did we see it? I think it was at the Reina Sof. No, I think it was at the Thyssen that they had a show
Mm-hmm.
on Trompe l'Oeil.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he had like a table set with like some dishes and stuff. And I remember seeing it and I was like, oh, that's Ken Gregoire.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's so cool. Where do you remember where we saw the Antonio Lopez? The window that you could, it was like a dark room with a window and you could see past the window and see
Yeah.
like, do you remember that was a show?
Yes.
That it
That
was
had like a bird, like
right.
a
So
sculpture of a bird in the entrance.
yes.
Yeah, that
So
was in the
decent,
Thyssen. Yeah.
decent, yeah. So that's like all trompe painting, like fool
Mm-hmm.
the eye painting. So
Yeah.
they would try to do a lot of stuff with perspective, but also with textures, and also as if the the substrate becomes like a wall where things are exhibited, or a
Mm-hmm.
piece of wood where things are like hanging from, or you can tack things onto that. So it was just meant to feel like real objects on a surface that were affected by
I
light.
think this was the painting.
The Gregoire painting, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I have to be super honest with you. I don't remember which one it was,
Mm-hmm.
but I think him, for example, Ken Gregoire does ellipses like, oof, I mean, they are crazy because he always does like this, or almost like medieval perspective. It's always kind of wrong. It's always off. There's always a tilt to it where if you would put things on the table, they would just fall off the table. But he manages to like make it work.
Mm-hmm.
It's such a strange way of understanding perspective and ellipses, but he's a genius at designing that way.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're gonna do something like that, you can't like feel like that is your weakness. Like you can't say, yes, I'm gonna construct the painting based on this. And it's like, so how do you feel about drawing ellipses? You can't say like, oh, I suck. No, because that's the whole point of your painting. Like it's gonna look horrible then. But he is amazing at it, so he's showcasing this thing that he loves to do.
Mm-hmm.
Who else am I think I could think of? Ed Praby, maybe. Praby, maybe. So Ed, Praybe. He's a fantastic painter. He's a really, really good painter. Um, he's probably one of my favorites. Like him, John Redmond. Um, he is one of my favorite like still life painters. I feel
Yeah, and I think
currently
it's
he's
very cool that
tremendous.
you gave these examples because again, when you were using the word sugar coating, which is something I think that there's a lot of people that use,
Yeah,
I think again, it's not like sugar coating the things that are your weakness, trying
yeah,
to avoid them. No, and it's not like putting a bow like to try to decorate something you know that's not working because I don't think that's what I'm trying to say. But it's perfect the examples that you were giving because I think it's more like acknowledging all that you are as a painter with your weakness and with the things you're very good at, and try to see the subject matter, understanding which is the way you're going to approach it according to the tools you already have.
right. Let me see if I can find one super quickly. One of my paintings that's it's like an older painting. It's probably like, I would say that painting's about 16 years old, maybe. And it's just pots and pans that I would use for painting when I was like mixing my medium. Oh my God. I just Googled for myself. I just Googled my name as Nicholas Urine Painter. That was
Perfect.
nice. Perfect. Yes. Um, so pots and pans with like a kind of warm light, a bunch of like painting materials. Let's see if we can find it. Uh,
So this is a different one,
oh
but
no, no,
I mean
no. That's like OPL. Yeah, we did that one
there's
with the
this one
project.
too.
Nope, nope, nope. So it's not OPL. It's not OPL.
No,
It's
I
like
think
way,
I know
way.
the one that you had like wax.
Yes,
I remember
yes,
that one.
yes. I think maybe it's it's an HD image. Maybe it's on a higher res.
Maybe this one?
Nope, nope, no. That's my sync. That's my Antonio. What if Antonio Lopez?
Had a
What if
think.
Antonio
Had a
Lopez
think, no.
and Fog Apocalypse?
Mhm.
So those were part of that was a moment for me also. Antonio Lopez Fog Apocalypse.
I'm just seeing a lot of ellipses. So.
Yeah, and all of them are badly drawn. I can
No, I
tell
don't
you
think.
it doesn't read like badly drawn, and I'm not here looking for sympathy. I can tell you for a fact they were badly drawn. I remember painting every single one of those paintings, and I remember always feeling like, oh, Jesus Christ, this dish is off, or this lid of this pot is off, or this, little pot where I was mixing my wax medium is off. Always, 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 always off.
Mm.
Let me see, pots. I know I saw it the other day when I had to search for some images that I had to send.
Oh no, but it's in the
It's somewhere.
drive.
No, oh,
Yeah,
maybe.
because I copied all the things on the drive, so it's not.
Maybe.
Maybe it's not online.
No, but I think I've seen it. It's just that my old work is so hard to find now. Well, it's such a pain to try to find stuff from years ago. And I unfortunately didn't do a good job at keeping older websites or old files. So sadly, a lot of that stuff is gone because I don't own the paintings. I don't have any paintings now. So I can't. Well, I'll find it. We'll find it through the course of the video because I don't want to look for stuff for hours here. But
And I have to say,
yeah,
I googled
yeah.
the definition of debility, and it says debility is a weakness of a person's body or mind. So look.
Yeah, no.
So maybe it wasn't that bad.
Yeah, I just don't. Maybe it's like an just
But
like
you
an
say
old.
debilitating.
Yeah, you say
So it would make
debilitating.
sense.
Oh, of course, yeah. But I maybe it's like an older word, debility. But I don't often hear it, spoken. And yeah, it's the word that we would use in Spanish. But it's closer to the word. It's akin to the word that we would use in Spanish. Like the roots are the same for
Yeah,
that word.
no. But I just thought it was interesting.
Yeah,
because
I
in
have
my
to be.
brain it made sense.
It makes a lot of the times we think that words should translate one to one like that, and they don't because whatever because
But
language.
this one does.
Yeah,
So.
but I do remember hearing that word because that word is not common. If I have to be super honest with you, and maybe I'm the one here being ignorant. I don't have a terrible vocabulary. I don't have a great vocabulary, but debility is, like you said, far more common. Debilitating, 100%.
But it comes from where?
Debilitating,
From
the
debility.
adjective, yes, 100%. Not really. I mean, I don't know if there are adjectives like that you could always imagine that there's a noun that they can come from. I don't know. I don't know. Well, people can tell us. Like, people whose English is a first language, they can be our guides on this. We can trust them far more than we can trust ourselves, I would say.
So.
And we should say hi because we haven't said hi,
Yeah.
Daniel Ira.
So, Fernando Samaniego was just saying, I like Nicolas Urine's yellow period.
Thank you. That's, that was, I remember that one quite clearly.
So, la primera persona diciendo hola era Darian Gallardo.
Darian.
Dice, hola Dani y Nico. Ayer no pude estar en el live, pero igual no dejo de perderme su canal por nada. Me encantó la charla que tuviste casi al final de la emisión y la verdad me identifico mucho contigo. Me recordaste cosas de cuando me gradué de la academia. Todas esas palabras, ojalá las hubiera escuchado en aquel momento. Y nada, sepan que son unos profesionales de primera y Nicolás desde siempre, ¿qué? Desde que te descubrí por las redes, has sido una de mis motivaciones. Gracias.
Bueno, qué lindo, qué generoso. Muchas
Ay,
gracias.
sí. Y muchas gracias, Darian, por acompañarnos en la transmisión.
Ujú. Galán.
Galanda Yardo, no,
Ujú.
ya.
Competencia. Competencia.
A Gesly
Ah,
Cavazos
País Llanero.
Larduño. Ah, ay,
No.
Nicolás.
Ya, aquí estamos.
Guillaume Lore.
La
Oh, and
la.
be careful because País Llanero is here.
País
So maybe you're
Llanero.
gonna
Yeah,
make
well,
someone jealous.
it's
Not me.
no.
País Llanero. Guillaume Lore. Lore
Ooh.
was saying hello everyone. Hey Guillaume. How was the camping in the wild? You still there? Because
Well, was
remember
he
they were like,
camping?
I'm in a tent in the middle of the wild.
Right. I wouldn't. I mean, I wouldn't assume immediately that he was camping. Maybe maybe it was something weird or something different, or he could tell us a little bit more what was going on if he wants to. If he wants to share what was going on that day.
Marcelo Peralta was saying hi Danny and Nico. Hi chat. Hey
Marcelo.
Marcelo, how are you?
Marcelo.
Irvin Torres was saying hello everyone.
Hey,
Irvin. Wesco Ehler was saying hello. Hey Wesco Ehler, how are you? Camilo Monroy dice buenas buenas, ¿cómo van?
¿Qué
Hola,
dice Camilo? Un abrazo, Camilo.
¿Qué tal Camilo? ¿Cómo está? Johnny Matatiao was saying hello.
Best last name ever.
Hey Johnny, how are you?
So Irvin, only because he put this as a story, and I was going to comment on this yesterday. I feel, I think Irvin has like a really bad stomach, like stomach ache or something. He had like, I don't think I've ever seen so much floratil. You know, it's probably more than I see on my mother's house.
Or maybe they were intoxicated. So,
Okay.
Irvin.
That's drunk, but yes.
No, ay, bueno.
Okay.
¿Cómo se dice?
Like
with the stomach flu?
Yeah. So I'm guessing there was something going on that was pretty bad, and I just want to know, Irvin, if the stomach is feeling better, because my mother usually is like a small hospital, and she has, she always has medicine that you don't need, and she will always make you believe that you have to take medicine that you don't need. But she has it at hand. Anything you need. Antibiotics, she's like she produces antibiotics. I mean, it's the best thing that you can do is get sick in my mother's house because you'll be fine.
Well, yes.
Fine or over-medicated. One of those two.
País Llanero dice, hola Dani y Nico, hola a todos. Dani, creo que deberías bloquear a Darian. Entonces, cuidado, Nicolás.
Ardiente.
Belts was saying, hola, Dan Nicolás and chatters. Hey, Belts. So Belts is trying to make Dan
Trying
Nicolás.
to push the little Benifer there. I don't know if I'm okay with that, but I'll let you keep trying.
Ricard was saying hello. Hey, Ricard.
How do you spell that? I'm always curious when you read it.
Rickard.
Oh, wow.
So Ricard.
Mm.
Tani was saying, hey guys, today I'm doing some anatomy sketches. Hey Tani. I love that Tani is always
working.
Yeah.
Always working. That's super good.
Javi Have was saying hello everyone. Hey Javi Have, happy to have you.
Always.
XOXO Ray 2 was saying hello. Hello to XOXO's Ray 2. Javier Ugarte Espinosa dice hola a todos. Hola Javier, ¿qué tal? Luca Guadaño dice buenas. La Pintu está quedando increíble.
Muy amable.
La Pintu.
Sí, ella habló como Dani.
Irvin Torres Art said, I totally agree with you, Nico, but sometimes I feel that I can do better, but sometimes I run the risk of overworking the piece and then it's hard to go back.
Yeah.
especially if I'm working with layers. I have ruined pieces that way, but it has been a learning experience. I do take those risks as you do, but sometimes I feel that you can lose a battle to win the war.
Yes, that's very true. You have to risk losing individual paintings because you know that in the long run, what you're trying to do with that is teaching yourself about your own limits.
Julia Tovar
Who's that?
dice, hola a todos, me estaba terminando el live de ayer y les tenía que contar que la canción Carmentea, o sea, atención, País Llanero,
Es favorita del
la
esposo.
compuso mi tío abuelo
¡No
Miguel Ángel
empiece!
Martín.
¿What?
Uy, sí, porque es tremenda
Julia es
canción,
legendaria.
Julia, sí.
¿Cómo es que la compuso el abuelo?
No, mi tío abuelo
¿Tío abuelo?
Miguel Ángel Martín.
No más. Cantar de llano, cantar de Visa del Río. Ay, Carmentea, tu corazón será mío. What?
Sí, sí, sí.
Ay, Carmentea, cuando estés bajo la luna, recuerda quién te quiere como a ninguna.
Ya ahora vas a hacer eso con cada frase para mostrar que te
No,
encanta.
estoy tratando de acordarme si me sé más. Cantar de llano, cantar de Visa del Río. Ay, Carmentea, tu corazón será mío. No.
No, pero Nicolás,
No, no me sé mucho. Es que
quedaste
después
súper
empieza.
mal.
Tan, 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 taran, tan, 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 tararán, tarán, tan, tan, tan.
Sí,
Tan,
yo
tan,
sé.
tan, 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 tan. Pero no me acuerdo, no me acuerdo mucho de esas partes. Sí, en mi casa a mi papá le gustaba mucho la música llanera, pero mi mamá, yo creo que Carmentea era de esas que oía mi mamá. Siempre era como un cassette con esa canción. Ese es clásico de la música colombiana. Eso es ya un legendario. Qué chévere,
No, y
Julia.
Julia dice, uy, Nico, jajaja, ya se ganó un puesto en los asados familiares.
Uy, ¿cómo
Julia, pero
así?
como así, o sea, toda Colombia se gana el puesto
Invíteme
entonces,
a
porque yo creo que esa
zapatear, por
canción,
favor.
sí, ¿quién no? Yo creo que muchísimos, o sea, un gran porcentaje de
Uy,
colombianos
sí,
conoce
porque
esa
yo no
canción.
sé, o sea, si hay como, si uno le dicen cante una canción llanera,
Esa,
mm,
¿cuál más?
yo creo, no. ¿Qué? Dale, no, a ver,
No,
mándate tú, si yo
no,
me
no,
mandé.
no, no quiero. Eh, ay, ¿cómo es que es?
Ah, pues ahí mi llanura. Esa es como la que más, yo creo,
No,
honestamente.
pero yo creo que Carmentera, escribí llanera,
Ujú. No, ahí
Carmentea
mi
también.
llanura.
No, o sea, sí, pero yo creo que más Carmentea, Nicolás. A ver, canción.
Pues que nos diga la llanera, que la que tiene sangre llanera acá, que es Julia.
A ver, acá dice.
Julia Marina, para su familia, y pues en particular para la familia del compositor, eh, ¿cuál es, cuál sería, aparte de Carmentea, el clásico de la música llanera colombiana?
¿Cómo es que es?
¿Y en cuántos almuerzos familiares ha habido una persona que toca arpa,
La que yo
Marina?
estaba cantando era Usted me va a perdonar.
Esa es conocida,
Esa
sí.
era la que estaba cantando.
Sí. Pero oigamos de, o sea, oigamos de la llanera.
Pero ya
Porque,
estás asumiendo que es llanera.
pero si uno, no, perdóname. Si el tío abuelo de uno compuso esa canción,
Pero la
tiene
llanera
que ser
solo
llanero.
dice sí, el tío abuelo, muy genio él.
Sí, pero tiene que, no, pero ahí tiene que, eso es que alguien era de por lo menos Villavicencio, por lo menos.
Sí, pero Julia, uno no sabe si Julia es llanera.
Pero la familia, algo,
Pues sí,
algo
pero tú no
queda.
eres bugueño.
pero algo queda. Por eso yo digo que no, pues en cosas familiares. O sea, estoy seguro que
Mira,
ella tiene.
uno busca
Sí,
musical artist, Carmentea.
sí.
Dice Carmentea, música llanera, Miguel Ángel Martín y sus joropos.
Uy,
Mira, Miguel Ángel Martín en llanera.com.
por eso, no, es que como así, esa canción es como.
Pues es que
Es
yo estoy
enorme.
diciendo que para mí es la más famosa. Mira, este dice 90 años de Miguel Ángel Martín, autor de la inmortal Carmentea.
Inmortal. Es verdad. Se la tengo que poner a mis hijos.
A ver,
Que he estado haciendo toda mi vida sin ponérsela, la verdad.
pues sí, porque la verdad yo la conocí por mi familia.
Yo también
Por eso y tus hijos no la han conocido.
creo que hay
Entonces,
1000 cosas que mi mamá nos ponía que yo no le he puesto a mis hijos, la verdad.
a ver qué dice Julia. No, no ha dicho nada.
No, de pronto ahora esto es una discusión familiar.
País llanero, que debe saber del tema.
Debería,
País llanero.
debería.
Dice, ¿cómo no voy a decirlo? Pero es como no voy a decir. La de cómo no voy a decir.
Pero mándate. ¿Cómo no voy a
No, mi
decir?
amor, uy, te fuiste.
Pero
La
¿sabes
verdad,
qué?
estabas bien con
Pero
Carmentea.
¿sabes que tengo el coraje
Oye,
de
pero se
cantarla?
llama ¿Cómo no voy a decirlo?
Ujú.
¿Y por qué si dice ¿Cómo no voy a decir que me gustas? Porque se llama ¿Cómo no voy a
Y
decirlo?
después no dice cómo
Ah, ¿cómo no voy
decirlo.
a
Sí.
decir? No, que a tu lado, ¿quién está?
No, no, no sé
¿Cómo
por
no
qué me
voy a
miras a
decir?
mí cuando cantas. Mira al micrófono y métele candela.
Estoy tratando de aprender. No, ¿cómo
Métele
así?
candela a ese
Que
canto.
tú hagas algo no significa que yo tenga que hacerlo.
Métale candela.
Pero nunca dice cómo no voy a decirlo. Y así se llama.
Bueno, pero pues respetemos al compositor. Sigo esperando a ver qué nos dice la llanera.
Julia. A ver, la Julia.
Bueno, pero ahora tenemos un país
Toda mi
llanero
familia de
y
mi
una llanera.
abuela nació en Arauca. Y nadie
Uy,
tocaba arpa en los
Arauquia.
asados, pero sí
¿No?
los discos se ponían mucho. Nico, ni idea, jajaja. Para mí también sería Ay, mi llanura, pero creo que
Arauqueña.
Carmentea le gana.
Claro, es más
El año
bonita.
antepasado nos invitaron a la celebración de los 50 años de su muerte.
Qué chévere. ¿Araucanos o arauqueños? ¿Cuál será el gentilicio? Yo no sé.
A ver.
Araucano.
Araucano.
Sí. Qué chévere.
¿Cómo es el gentilicio Nicolás del Atlántico?
¿Del Atlántico?
Sí.
Costeño.
No.
No, espérate, a ver, la pienso. ¿Lo estás viendo ahí o qué?
Sí.
¿Y es algo que uno no se imagina o qué?
Pues yo no lo sabía.
Del Atlántico.
O sea, igual tiene sentido, pero... Porque, a ver, del Quindío, ese sí lo sabía yo, Cuyabro, pero pues
Ujú.
ese sí lo había oído y yo me acuerdo que yo decía, ¿qué?
Sí.
Quindiano. Para
Pero
mí,
no se puede decir
quindiano, pero...
quindiano. Creo que se puede decir
No,
quindiano,
creo que
aunque
es
no es.
Cuyabro y Cuyabra.
Sí, o como Popayán payanés.
Sí.
Em,
Popayense,
no. Em, ese Tico.
atlanticense.
Atlanticenses, ese era el más breve. El que más debería decir uno más fácil.
Sí. Pero suena extraño, ¿no?
Pues,
Atlanticense.
no, pero pues ya diciéndolo, uno dice, no, no, es.
A ver, a ver, uno que me parezca raro. Ah, no, pero es que eso no es. Mm, Los de Barranca Bermeja. No está tan raro, pero es que no encuentro otro raro.
Barrancos.
No.
Entonces,
¿La Barranca?
yo lo único que sé, esto lo aprendí en
No.
el colegio, yo no me acuerdo, la única clase de historia que me acuerdo de esto. No sé por qué. ¿Tú sabes cómo le decían a Barranca antes?
¿Cómo?
Esto era, o sea, esto es memoria, Colegio San Carlos, una clase. Nunca me he puesto, y siempre lo di por hecho, pero nunca me he puesto
¿Cómo
a
se le dice a qué, perdón?
cómo se llamaba Barranca Bermeja antes, Barranca.
Claro.
Se llamaba La Tora. La Tora.
Sí, látora.
No, La Tora.
No está pegado.
No, pero es La Tora. O sea, no tiene tilde, pues. No es esdrújula. No es La Tora, sino, no es esdrújula.
Y dice, ¿la tora o la toca?
No, La Toca no
Con
sé,
doble
no sé,
C.
pero yo me acuerdo de La Tora. Porque pues
Mm,
yo en mi cabeza siempre lo asocié con
Dice que es el
femenino.
nombre indígena de la hoy Barranca Bermeja.
Mira, pues. Pero en mi cabeza siempre era Tora, toro femenino.
¿Y dónde está?
La Tora.
Bueno, no adivinaste.
¿Qué?
De Barranca Bermeja.
Toros.
Barramejo.
Uy,
O Barrameja. Sí, raro, ¿no?
sí. Barramejo que está sucio.
Del Espinal.
Del Espinal.
Sí.
Del Espinal. Creo que Luzden es del Espinal.
Ujú.
Em, espinarios.
No, no,
Sí, espinas.
no.
Rosa. Rosa y clavel. No.
Espinal uno
Ah,
o
bueno.
Espinal una.
No, es que eso, honestamente, eso creo que uno le puede poner como quiera. Como son casi nombres propios, es como cualquier cosa.
Mm, pero estoy buscando uno raro. ¿De mi tú? ¿Mi tuseño? No, no está tan.
Sí, pero eso no hay normas para eso.
¿Qué?
No existe
Dice que
ninguna
en
norma.
pasto, pues pastuso. Y
Eh,
acá dice pastuso o pastense.
pastelero.
Pastense, no.
Pues nadie nunca, pues yo nunca
De
había.
pitalito. Y ya la última.
De Pitalito Huila. Pétalos.
Mi amor, no. Eso no tiene sentido.
Ninguno tiene sentido.
De
Es que es en serio.
pitalito.
Uno les puede poner como quiera. Es la
De
verdad.
pitalito no tiene nada que ver. Porque
Pitalito.
pie de cuestano.
Sí.
Popayán, payanés.
Sí.
O patojo o patoja.
Patoja. Patojita. Pero
De
patojo yo pensé que era como más cundiboyacense.
putumayo, putumayense. Quindío, quindiano o paisa. Y pitalito.
Oye, pero no, patojita, ¿qué es? ¿Patoja no era como una vaca chiquita?
mm,
¿No es como paticortico o algo
Patoja,
así?
en Colombia y Guatemala dice, persona que está en el periodo de la vida entre la niñez y la edad madura.
Sí, como algo chiquito, pero era porque así le decían como unas vacas chiquitas, creo.
Pues, no sé, nunca oí eso.
Pon patoja vaca. A ver si estoy. Es que no sé, de pronto no estoy bien.
Mi amor, pero
Qué pena, qué
trata
pena.
ahorita de adivinar.
¿Lo de Pitalito?
No, busqué patoja vaca y dice, ¿Did you mean pata vaca, pato
No, no
vica
es
o
patoja.
pata la vaca?
¿Patoja no era una vaca chiquita? No sé, bueno. Ahí teníamos que preguntarle a Martín.
Bueno,
¿Con qué era lo que estaba tratando yo?
pitalito.
Pitalito. Son huilenses
No,
o pitas.
no.
Bueno, opita tendría sentido ahí.
La
Pero.
boyano
Ah, bueno.
o la boyana.
Ah, bueno, no. Pero eso debe tener alguna historia.
Pues sí.
Sí, eso debe tener alguna razón de ser.
Bueno,
¿Listo? We're good with Colombian geography.
ahora, miremos a ver. Aquí. So let's keep saying, oh no. So
No.
wait, because
Wait.
to close this conversation,
Yes.
eh, dice, eh, a ver, Víctor Torres dice, perdón la corrección, las muertes no se celebran, se conmemoran.
¿Quién
Y
celebró la muerte?
Julia
Ah,
dice, gracias Víctor, toda la razón. Yo siempre decía, celebra un año de... Bueno, si es que suena raro. Y Julia dice, y así dato curioso, tiene una canción llamada Arauca Martín, que es dedicada a su hija, prima de mi mamá. El
wow.
grillo y la chicharra. A mí me gusta mucho.
El grillo y la
El grillo y
chicharra,
la
porque me
chicharra.
suena, de pronto me suena.
No,
Es
ya
que,
estás ahí haciendo
no, no, no,
fanboy.
no, 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 porque es que mi papá tuvo su época que se creía llanero. O sea, uno no quiere vivir en Orocué Casanares si uno no se cree llanero, como mi papá. Entonces, eso, mi papá le encantaba eso, le encantaba. O sea, y nos ponían
A
a
ver,
oír
espérate, a
resto
ver.
de esa música. Mi papá estuviera acá, te dice, pues claro, claro, obvio, esa canción.
A ver, la voy a poner acá.
No, pero bueno,
Mira, a ver. Híjole. A ver si la reconoce.
por ahora va como... Ah, bueno, pues que es...
¿No?
Sí, de pronto, pero o sea, así que me despierte, así que te pueda decir un poquitico, no
Como,
sé, no me acuerdo.
¿no?
Por ahora está... Después la escuchamos bien,
Ujú. Pero muy chévere, Julia.
porque por ahora iba, el comienzo es como esa narración ahí llanera, que es súper chévere.
Pero ahí la adelanté y creo que
¿Sigue
así es la
narrando?
canción, sí.
Sí, es como una historia con arpa.
A ver. em, so let's keep saying hi.
Yes,
Am, Fidel Jiménez dice, hola Nicolás, hola Dani, hola
Fidelio.
Fidel, ¿qué tal? Undines, uy, tiempo sin tener a Undines por acá. Undines
Yo dije
dice,
que
hola Nicolás y
Undines
Día.
iba a venir un día de vuelta.
Hola Undines, ¿qué tal? Thumb Jordan, so
Oh,
Tom
very
Thumb
early for
Jordan
Tom Thumb.
was
Yeah.
saying, I essentially fall asleep listening to the conversation with Ruprecht video last night, and with permission, I have a long question.
Oh,
Also,
please.
hello. And Thumb,
Anything you need.
yeah, the question,
Please.
please,
What's
please.
the long question? Happy to get into a diatribe.
So as soon as I see the question, I will read it to you, but I'm gonna keep saying hi.
Okay, please.
So
Thank you.
Berika was saying, hello everyone. I'll have to sleep in 30 minutes, but happy to catch at least some of this live.
Awesome.
Hey Berika, how are you? What time is it there?
Every time you say Berica, I think of Veruca.
Beruka
Veruca
salt? Yeah,
salt.
me too.
Always. Always.
Guillaume Lheureux,
Oh, Guillaume.
that
Ooh
was in a
la
tent,
la.
and I said camping,
Yeah.
was saying camping was good. Did
Mm,
some bad plein air painting, but felt good to paint in the wild anyway.
that's very
And
cool.
watching you guys in the tent while the weather was bad. Good times. And Guillaume, we were asking because you have a very good internet connection. I think that if we go to a place where we could camp here in Colombia,
We
I
wouldn't be
don't
able
know
to,
how easy it would be to see a live stream.
or we could see half a live stream and then our data is just gone.
Yeah. Irvin Torres was saying, oh, thanks for worrying. I went to the doctor and I'm on treatment for what it looks like IBS, irritable
Okay.
bowel syndrome.
Yeah.
Gotta
It's annoying.
finish that treatment and go again to the doctor to check myself.
Well, that's
Yeah.
annoying.
MM Borg 00. So Monique. Hey
Mm.
Monique, how are you? Monique was saying, hi Danny and Nicolas. What a beautiful portrait this is becoming. Not surprised. And a happy smiling face.
Thank you.
I always say happy smiling face and a smiling face.
Well, there are smiling faces that don't have to be happy. Look.
No, that's not. That's like a serial killer face.
Oh, thank you.
No,
That's
you
thank
like.
you. Nice. Yeah.
No, this look.
But I think I can't turn all the
You
way.
can.
Yeah, but you can do a smiling. No, yeah, those are weird. I'm not sleeping tonight.
It's like smiling without your eyes, which I think is super creepy. Um, Jean Claude Michel
Mm.
Jr. or
Ooh,
Jean Claude Michel Jr., who's saying, "Hello, Nicolas, Danny, and the OPL chat. This painting is stunning. It's always so inspiring to watch you paint.
thank you.
What's the size of the painting? Thank you for sharing your process."
So let's see, A3 size.
So 42 by 30 centimeters.
Oh, you got that down already?
Yeah, because I do the permits for the
Perfect.
paintings. So I know the centimeter conversion of the measurements. Elena Faria dice, prazer puro para ver grande pintura. Obrigada.
Muito obrigado.
Eh, hola Elena. No supe saludar en portugués.
Boa tarde.
Pero y no sabes si es tarde.
Pues sí,
Pues
tampoco.
no, y si es brasilera pero vive en otro lugar.
Pero igual Brasil está mucho más al
No,
oriente.
si vive en otro lugar.
Ah,
O sea, puede
igual.
ser
Boa
una
noite.
persona brasilera
Boa noite.
y buen día.
Bom dia. Bom dia.
Y hola.
Hola.
¿Qué?
Hola.
No, hola.
Hola, Nicolas.
¿Quién dice
Nicolas.
hola, Nicolas?
Mis amigos do Brasil.
¿Y
Do
te dicen
Brasil.
hola, Nicolas?
Hola, Nicolas. Nicolas.
¿No era Nicolas?
Nicolas.
Nicolas. Sí, Nicolas. Ambi was saying, beautiful painting. Do you guys have a set streaming schedule? I don't get to catch you guys live often, and it's such a treat. So it would be nice if I could catch it again. So, Ambi, we try to live stream around the same time, but if we're being 100% honest, the easiest way for you to know when we're live is if you click the little bell in the side of the subscription button, because then you would get notified when we're streaming. Because it's not like a set hour.
But it's usually, I'm going to
Around
say,
this time. So
8 out
around
of 10 times we do it around
2
2
to
p.m. Colombian time.
Yeah, 2 to 30 Colombian time.
So 2 p.m. GMT minus 5.
Emilio Sorni dice, según yo, en México, patojo o patoja
Sí.
era alguien que tropieza al caminar.
Mm.
Vea pues. Guillaume Lheureux was saying, oh yeah, internet 4G is very cheap and well spread in France, luckily. And what I want to know, Guillaume, because you were saying that you were doing some plein air. I'm interested. Have you done plein air before?
Plein air in the wild.
In the wild, yeah.
Yeah.
And what medium was it? I want to know. So how are you feeling today, Nicolas, with the painting? How's it feeling?
Well, sadly, I can't see all of it together. So it's like a leap of faith sort of thing. Thankfully, when you're using a palette such as a 4-color palette, so titanium white, yellow ochre, cad red, and ivory black, it's not as if you can totally go out of like the harmonies that you've already established for the painting. I mean, you can, if you really try, do some dissonant stuff, but you would have to like really try to mess it up, like really, really try to make something different. So I'm hoping that even though I can't visualize my painting very well, like the whole of my painting very well, I hope that what is going to aid me in tying everything together is just the smallness of the palette. So let's hope that works out.
Yeah, and if maybe someone's wondering, because you were saying that you can't see the whole,
Yeah,
So it is because
I'm too close to the
yeah.
painting. I'm just way, way too close to the painting.
Yes.
So ideally, if this was I mean, it is my painting, but if I was working on it without it, being recorded, I would be very close, and then I would probably push my chair back, every 5 to 10 minutes, push my chair back, stand up, look at the painting, kind of walk around it, kind of assess how it feels like as a whole. And as a whole, what I mean when I say as a whole is I just made a decision here. How did the decision here affect the rest of my painting? How does it read, as a part, as a small part of a big painting? Is it standing out too much? Is it barely noticeable? Do I want it to stand out? Do I want it to, recede into the atmosphere? So all of those things are fine. Like all those decisions are okay. But it has to be the one that you want to paint. So sadly, the way I would be able to notice those things is if I keep some distance with my painting. And that's why I'm not going to make up excuses, but I'm going to be honest about the reasons. That's why yesterday when I finished, I looked at the painting and I was like, oh, I don't like it. Like I'm not happy with it. I'm not satisfied with it. And I didn't see it while I was working. Like I couldn't see it. I couldn't see those things while I was working. So that's always a little maddening when when you're just so almost like swallowed by this practice, this painting practice that is making you trust like whatever decisions you have like right in front of you, but you're not able to like truly assess how they affect your whole painting. So it's very annoying to only notice that by the end. That's bad. To me, that's a really bad habit, and it's one I don't usually have. Uh, if given the chance to just stand up and walk back and just look at what I'm doing. But, honestly, these are things that we've been doing for almost 3 years now, which is in order to be able to record, especially painting, and especially if you want to do it somewhat in a somewhat undistorted way, where you're looking somewhat straight into the painting. Those are small sacrifices that you have to make. Like we could set up a shot where it looks perfectly square, no distortion, no anything, and then I don't fit in the shot. That is, that's pretty much what would happen. Like we would place the camera and it's like, okay, this would be perfect from right here. And it would be like, yeah, I have no place to like sit.
Yeah, you have to
or
take
stand
your
or
head out.
yeah. So it's always like a big compromise. It's always we realized very, very early that if we wanted to do, and for example, this year that we started doing a bit larger paintings, because we're going to, I think that by doing this, the paintings that we've been doing, by introducing the size of the paintings that we've been working on, there is like this small intent to eventually just do larger and larger painting if that's what we want to do. And I do think that that's in the horizon, like in the future, but we're going to be doing it very slowly, and we're going to be doing it at our own pace. We are honestly not beholden to anything or anyone, really. So if we start to believe that there's a rush to paint in a certain way, it's because we want to impose that, like self-impose that. And that's ridiculous, because if nobody is rushing you to do anything, there is no reason why you should be rushing into trying to do anything. So I know that I want to, but I'll do it at the right time and at the right pace. So, and I'll also try to do it in a way in which then we can share that content, because it's not just about saying, yeah, I want to paint a larger painting. And it's like, okay, how are we going to record it? Oh, we can't. No, this is just for me. So a lot of the decisions that we make now is always also thinking about people. And I think that that's cool. I think that that's fine. You guys are part of this equation now. That is the decision that we made when we started doing a channel. So
a huge part, yeah.
yeah. So it doesn't it wouldn't make sense to just say, nope, sorry, you guys are gonna miss that, but I'm gonna make this bigger painting. So
Alone. Bye.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make the best painting that you guys are never gonna see. Thank you though. Like and subscribe.
Rosalind was saying hello, everyone.
The rows
Rosalind.
of our boat.
No, we've been missing the other row to say the row.
I
to our
know,
boat.
but
So we have
half
our
of our
row,
rowboat.
our row, Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
Celine Dion.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
How are you, Ro? How's everything? Sofía Centurión
La Sophie.
dice Olis. Ah, bueno, y Sofía cambió de foto de user.
No sé cuál es.
No.
Discúlpame.
Te estoy contando.
Ah, cuéntamelo.
Acá, porque es que como siempre veo la imagen pequeña.
Claro, tú ya reconoces a la gente por los
Sí.
avatares, por los...
Ujú, por las imagencitas.
Sí.
Dice, por suerte hoy y mañana no tengo facu, así que voy a poder ver cómo progresan y por mientras pintar. ¿Qué está pintando Sofi ahorita? Ay, y pregunta.
¿Qué?
Tengo curiosidad. Yo iba a preguntar ayer y se me olvidó.
¿A la Sofi?
A ver si Sofi sí hizo el experimento que iba a hacer con yeso.
Si no nos ha dicho es porque de pronto no.
De pronto no lo ha hecho, sí.
Pero pues...
Pero
si
sí,
lo
¿o qué
decimos así-
decidió? ¿Qué decidió
Si
Sofi
lo decimos
entonces?
así públicamente, de pronto
Sí,
la
ella
estamos
ahí-
ya presionando a que lo
Sí.
tiene que hacer.
Dijo, huepucha,
Se
me tocó
acordaron
salir a
estos hijos de
comprar-
madres.
Sí,
No, pues ya salgo a la tienda, ya vengo.
a comprar yeso en la
Sí,
tienda.
Me iba a comer acá mi avena, pero pues ya salgo. Único
Liat.
día que no tengo que ir a la vacu.
Liat was saying hello.
Hey, Liat.
Hey Liat, how are you? Guillaume was saying, I did some before in parks in my town to train myself. Was doing with gouache, but before I fell in love with Sargent watercolors recently.
Ooh, yeah. How can you not?
So I had to try it. I failed, but I enjoyed the time in the sun.
I mean,
that's very cool. You know, Nicolas
Yes.
got me when we were 6 years ago in Menorca,
Yes.
a little watercolor set that I love, and I love to travel with it because it has like a tiny water bottle
Mhm.
in it, and the top and the bottom of the water bottle, you can take them out and they're little cups. I love that. I love like little things and little things that transform into other things way more. And watercolors. So this was amazing.
So like a bumblebee transformer.
Yeah. Well,
Little thing that transforms.
yeah. Let's say yes. Yeah, but I remember I used that in Menorca
Yeah.
that time. I did it like my finger, my toe.
The smallest, coolest toe. Yes.
And I did, because I remember that time, Guillaume, I wanted to go outside to paint. But it was, I think it was the time that I wanted to go to the beach. That was a little bit, because there were like two spots on the beach that you could go. One was near, and the other one was like 5-minute walk, maybe. And I wanted to know that other place, but there was a cow in the way. And the cow was like very angry. And I was like trying to pass, and the cow was like staring at me.
Was it very angry or was it just staring at you?
And then I told you that I realized that the cow had a little
Calf.
a calf. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're very protective. Yes.
That was like laying. I didn't see it because it was like in a bush. I'm sorry. so the bush was just covering the calf.
Yeah.
But then I realized that I had to pass like right to the side to the calf. So I was like, no, I can't do it. That's why the cow is like super angry. So I just turned around, went back, sat down somewhere. I don't even remember if it was in my room. And I took my shoes off. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm.
And I painted my toe.
Perfect.
And I also did a little um like plein air sketch of
The cow.
no, of a little house. I don't know if you remember.
I
that.
remember, yeah. But I
Yeah.
remember the cow also, that you didn't like it.
No, I have a photo of the cow in my Instagram.
Of the little painting of the cow that you did?
Oh no,
I remember the painting.
remember that.
Yeah,
no,
of
I
course I
think
remember.
I painted in top of that.
Yeah,
on
I
top
remember
of that.
one.
Yeah, because it's super. Well, for me, it was super hard because the cow that I was trying to paint
Mm-hmm.
was far away
Yeah.
because I was scared to go
Too close?
close. Yeah. So it was like trying to do something and then they moved. And I was like, "Ooh, okay, so I'm going to try to work with this." And then they just like go away
Yeah. Imagine.
for good.
It's like, stay still. Come on. It's
yeah,
art.
please.
It is
Yeah.
art.
Um.
The nerve of the cow.
Oh, let me go. I'm going to go quickly.
Okay, could you give me like something to answer or something?
Yes. Let's see. Liat was saying, Nicolas, have you
Yes.
ever tried using a lens that makes things appear farther away? I'm gonna run for that, and I'll be back.
So we have this today. We have a zoom lens on. So this is a 24. That's as wide as it gets. 2475. If that's what you're talking about, maybe. But what else? Is 24 the widest that I have? I think it is. Yeah, wide lenses are usually super expensive. I did used to have a cheap 1855 or something like that. Yeah, and with an 18 you can probably get, a lot more of what you're looking at. There is a 1635, because those are usually the focal lengths that wide zoom lenses go to. That is very nice. There's a Sony 1635 that is about $2,500. Yeah, and I've been eyeing it. If I have to be honest with you, Liad, it's one of the best lenses that you can get for the Sony Alpha 7, but it's very pricey. It's really, really pricey. So we've talked about it, and I am like super, let's do this. But the reality is, like, I don't know how much good use we would put, on this lens. So
Yeah, I think always in that conversations, you're like, I'm gonna buy it. I'm buying it.
yeah,
And I'm always like, but do we need it?
I'm always like super trigger.
Because I think we're good.
Like, let's do this.
So
We
let's
don't
talk about
really
this, 'cause
have the
I
money set
think-
aside for this, but come on, let's do this.
Yeah, and I'm like, just think about the rent that would be, or the things we have to, like, we really have to buy.
With the camera, I never gave it like a second thought.
Jesus,
Yeah, don't worry.
No,
Don't worry.
no,
I
no,
actually
but
did this, so I probably
you
changed
did
it.
what? Yeah, you changed it. Oh, so that was it. You changed it a lot. No, un poquito más.
There we
There.
go. Yeah.
Yeah, because I thought like I moved it, but then
No,
I was like,
no, you missed it.
I
You missed it.
assumed.
No, you missed the
Honey?
part of the conversation. Yeah, with the camera, I was never shy. I was like, okay, if we're gonna do this thing with videos, I want like a good camera.
Yeah.
And I'm ready. I'm ready to like do this, to take that plunge.
Yeah, and we needed it.
Yes. I mean, it was easy to justify that we needed it.
But I mean, I would argue that we needed it really because, I mean, we could do it with the phone. That's true.
Yeah.
But we wanted to show paintings.
Yeah.
So I think if it was a different content, maybe another camera would be okay. But for the specific content we do, I think it's important to have a camera that can translate that thing that we're doing
Yeah.
very accurate.
Yeah, that lens is amazing. That's 16. Could you
And
check
that
the price?
camera is amazing.
Could you check the price? Sony 1635. I don't know. I don't even. I was gonna say L lens, but those were the Canon lenses. But it's 2300, 20 something. 16 to 35. Yeah.
¿Es este?
Probably. Is it very expensive?
2,198.
Yeah, that's very
That's
expensive.
it. Yeah.
That's a
No.
computer. Yeah,
I know that.
That's my computer. My computer is cheaper than that, and it's a
No.
really good computer.
Yes, I know that.
Uh,
But I think it's
it's very expensive.
because there's also this one. Because the first one that was showing was 998. And there's another one that's 2,998.
No, what?
This one.
Yeah, that's the one.
That's the one. Yeah, because you said it's the very expensive, and I was gonna say there's another one that's
But which one's the very expensive one?
this one, the
Yeah, but is
2,998.
that the same lens? No, that's
Oh, no.
1224.
Oh,
no,
yeah,
no.
yeah,
See,
1635.
see,
This
that's
one.
like a fisheye lens. Look
Yeah.
at how much the lens has to
Oh,
curve.
yeah.
Yeah. Those are like fisheyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, usually very wide lenses are very expensive, and pro lenses, the ones that have like incredible optics.
Yeah,
So-
that's very expensive.
Yeah, and that's like Liad. It's like that lens or like 10 Hot Toys, 10 figures. So it's a no-brainer for me, please.
And
that's
also,
not even
I
in
mean,
question.
I would say, again, I think the quality that we provide is very, very good. I'm not gonna say
I think it's
that it's
passable.
like we're. No, I think it's
I'm
very.
no, I'm very I am very picky about these things.
And I would also say
I don't
that
think it's great, but I think for what we do, I think for the fact that it's free, I think it's okay. I think people can be like, yes, it's okay.
Well, but I was also gonna say that I think that we don't really. I mean, it's not like we're sacrificing quality. It's not like we have terrible quality and we're just being stubborn on buying something that's gonna help.
Yes.
I think it would be an improvement, but
Yes.
I would say that I think it's something that we don't need to buy.
Not yet.
No.
But
Not
remember,
really.
I act on whims constantly.
Yes.
So who knows if end of the year I'm like, Danny, I bought the lens. I'm sorry.
Well, but if you want to, I mean, it's your decision, but I think that it is really a lot of money, and I
know.
I
I'm,
know
I'm
that
done with that.
it's not like we can splurge a ton, because again, it's not like we didn't. If we didn't have a lens, I would say okay, we have to buy a lens, but we do have 3 lenses.
I
So
mean, 2
think-
old ones.
No, but we can use 3 lenses.
So instead of buying a new lens, Liat, what we did was
A converter?
yeah, I bought like a Sigma converter so I can use some of the old Canon lenses that I used to have. So it's not good. It softens the image quite a bit. The autofocus doesn't work. So Samu?
Creo.
Yeah. So Samu's here, but that's great.
Wait, I'm gonna.
And so it's not great. It's not the best decision, but hola, mi Samu. Ah, hola, mi Fer. Ah, bueno, no. Tengan cuidado. So Samu and Fer are supposed to be with their mother, but they just showed up. Cause that's the good thing of living a block away from where they live, and all they have to do is like cross a park. So
So
Yeah,
you
so
were
we
saying.
yeah, so we got, honestly, when we were thinking, okay, we have these lenses that can help. Um, let's try first this option
Yeah.
that I think the converter was about $100, not even, not
Yeah.
even.
And
So
this is 2000.
yes, so
So,
so let's say it's a, this
yeah.
is a vastly cheaper alternative. So
And also, we are using the things we already had,
yeah,
which
yeah.
I think is very good. Because, I mean, these are not whatever lenses.
No,
These
these
are
were,
very good lenses you had.
of the time, I'd say they were very good
No, but
lenses.
still, they are very good.
I think
I
they're
mean,
very
they
good.
work very
Yes,
good.
I think they work really well.
So I think it's good also to say, okay, let's try to make the things we have work.
Yes,
So-
yes, that's also part of our philosophy.
Yes.
You don't really have to. You don't really have to.
You can
Um,
paint with Silver Falcon.
I miss my Silver Falcons.
Yeah.
But
We have to look for them. I was
yeah.
looking for them when I
Does
went
this
to
look
buy.
like bony? I'm having a feeling that it just looks like a Halloween hand.
Really?
Yeah, a little bit. I don't know why it's bothering me. I think I'm separating maybe the fingers too much, or maybe it just feels like rectangle, 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 rectangle. I don't like that. That's not cool.
Well, I mean,
Not
ciao
cool.
Samu, ciao Fer.
¿Ya se van? Bueno, chao, un beso.
I was gonna say that I love that you ask me, but you always know. Because if I was gonna say, oh, I think they're perfect, you would be like, yeah, thank you, but I'm gonna scrape them.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm always wondering how you feel, but I've already kind of made up my mind. I feel also.
Because that happens to me too. Sometimes when I'm doing something, I'm like, do you think this?
And it's almost like a way of saying, I just want to let you know that this is what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, no, but sometimes I'm like, do you think this works? And you're like, yeah, I think it works a lot. Just, I mean, call it done. And I'm like,
No.
I'll be back in a bit. And
Yeah.
then it's 11 p.m. and
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
still working. And
Yeah.
it's like I changed everything. But now I'm comfortable with it.
Yes.
So that's why yesterday last night when you were like, I think I'm going to paint a little bit. I was like, I mean, if you know you need to, go ahead. By all means, go ahead. Because I understand that. So
So
Zoe
Frank.
Dan Dawson was saying, love the portrait you posted earlier, Nicolas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The reward?
Yeah.
Thank you.
They're talking about
Jason Walker. Yeah, he's a brilliant painter. If you've never seen his work, he's a very, very, very good painter. Super kind of gray, like my palette. Just everything that I like about painting. Can paint circles around me, I feel. Incredible painter.
So
Yves Frank.
Every
Every time you say so, I'm gonna say Yves Frank.
or you could try to say another.
It
would be cool to
Zoe Saldana.
Okay.
That's the actress, Zoe Saldana,
I have
right?
no idea.
Yeah, the from Marvel. Yeah, she's Gamora.
Yeah, but I have no idea about any actress or
Gamora.
actor name.
Who else? Zoe.
I have one. I have only one in mind. Zoe Kravitz.
Zoe Kravitz. Yes, that's what I
Zoe-
was thinking. I was like,
Really?
is Lenny Kravitz's daughter? Yeah, because she was in Batman, so
Yeah.
she's Catwoman. So I remember. I was
She's-
like, is she Zoe?
She's so beautiful.
She's very, yeah, she's very
so
beautiful.
so beautiful. I have
Yeah.
to say that.
Yes.
Like stunning. So stunning.
Well, the parents
And-
are like gorgeous. Like
Yeah.
there's no way like those kids were gonna be anything but
And
you know,
did you
beautiful.
know that she's my height?
she looks petite. I
Yeah,
would say
she's my
I
height.
wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, it's like my exact same height.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I think Natalie is also around your
I
height.
think she's a little bit taller, but let's see.
Maybe, but nothing. I
little
would
bit,
say.
like 3 centimeters or 2 centimeters.
Yeah. So I say Natalie like we're
Yeah.
in like
My
we're
friend Natalie.
yeah, as if I had like taken like breakfast
Yeah.
to the
Yeah,
bed for
but
her.
she's always not. She's also tiny.
Petite, I would say.
Petite.
I don't know.
Because I call myself tiny, so that's why I
I
say
like
tiny.
petite as a word better.
Yeah. Um so let's see here. Where am I? Margo Delgado dice, hola a todos, me encanta, es que dice, me encantan cómo están quedando las manos. Una pregunta,
Sí, señora.
¿el Bindex de pebeo
Sí,
que están
señora.
utilizando es brillante o mate?
No, es brillante. Es brillante. Sí, eso es como canzón. Em, hmm, Estoy tratando de pensar.
Un binder acrílico mate.
Sí,
Oye,
con.
y el que yo tengo allá,
¿Cuál,
el que tú
linda?
rendiste con agua, el que habíamos conseguido cuando no había. Es
¿Le
que yo lo
Franc?
tengo allá. Sí, ese no decía mate.
No, ese también es súper
¿Seguro?
brillante, 100%.
¿Cuál es entonces?
¿Tú tienes memoria de alguno que sea mate?
Sí, sí,
Yo
sí.
no.
Sí. O de algo que compramos como cuando no habíamos conseguido el Bindex o algo que yo averigüé y me acuerdo que había una que decía como mate. Pero no sé si de pronto me estoy acordando mal, pero...
Pues yo creo que,
pero
por
sería...
ejemplo, quien hace medios acrílicos, Liquitex hace medios acrílicos, Golden hace resto de medios acrílicos. Dos compañías que o sea, no se consiguen acá, entonces muchas veces como que ni siquiera me
Ah, pues
preocupo.
sabes que creo cuando dijiste el de Liquitex, creo que ese
Mm.
no lo compramos, pero lo vimos en la tienda donde compramos las cosas y mira, dice medio mate,
Bueno, sí,
medio
algunas
acrílico mate.
o algunas
Entonces,
veces son satinados, siempre es
sí,
como
sí,
satín,
pero
brillante
no,
o mate.
míralo. Vi el empaque, no sé si tú te acuerdes,
Mm.
pero vi el empaque y me acordé que ese era el que habíamos visto,
Sí, quién
como
sabe qué le
cuando
echan, ¿no? Carbonato de
Vindex,
calcio o le echarán, quién sabe qué le echan
quién sabe, a ver
para
qué dice
volverlo
acá.
mate. Ah, pues o de pronto una de esas ceras, un poquito de cera sintética.
A ver.
Puede ser. Pues sí, porque yo tengo, mira, esto que tengo acá. Esto es un Gamvar Matte
Ujú.
que debe tener una resina.
ASMR, ¿estás haciendo?
Entonces, el medio de este Gamvar Matte. So we're looking at varnishes, and I don't use this honestly. You know how why I bought these, this one in particular, because I was painting figures. I was like I've bought figures that are 3D printed, and I was painting them, but I don't paint them with I don't have an airbrush, and I don't paint them with acrylic paint. I always paint them in oil, which is terrible, but that's how I paint, so I don't care. Um, and so the thing about oil is that it gets glossy, and sometimes glossy is great, but sometimes you don't want gloss on what you're painting. So I figured, well, I could coat them with matte varnish, and I was like, I would try Gamvar matte. That's what a lot of people are using nowadays. They mix Gamvar matte with Gamvar glossy in different proportions to get the degree of like satin that they want on their final varnish. So let me read this because I've never read this actually. So danger contains petroleum distillate. So I guess that's like saying don't. That's the solvent. So it has solvent. So now let's read the description. Gamvar matte trademark gives your work a unified and protective matte surface. Gamvar matte trademark reduces surface sheen while maintaining the deepest value in your painting. That's not true. You can't make something matte and maintain the deepest value in your painting. No. You're gonna reduce your value scale quite significantly. So let's not kid ourselves. Your darks are never going to read as dark as something that has a glossy varnish. Stays water clear. As you can see from the bottle, it stays water clear. That's some nasty ass water. That's some Michigan water right there.
But could it be maybe because of the brush?
I have
So
no
your
idea.
brush maybe contaminated the bottle?
Oh, no.
Or is it like-
No, matte varnish is usually cloudy, always.
Okay.
Always, 100%. Because it has some sort of waxy or paraffin or something medium in it.
Mm-hmm.
And wax or paraffin or whatever whatever synthetic wax
Yeah.
thing you're using or they're using, that has to be matte.
You
it
know,
has
I've
to be
never varnished
with
anything.
matte.
No,
Nothing.
anything.
And
No.
nothing. Oh,
No,
yeah. It's it is what it is.
never.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, for example, I know that I need to varnish this painting because this has become more dull. And I kind of I don't mind dull paintings. There's tons of paintings that we've sent where I don't varnish them because I like the fact that they're dull
Yeah.
and kind of matte. And there's others that I'm like, I actually tried to do something with color here and now it's gone. So I need to bring it back up. Let's see what it says. Stays water clear. It can easily be removed with Gamsol. So yeah, Gamsol is petroleum distillate. So fine. Gamvar matte is odorless and can be applied when the thickest area of your painting are dry and firm to the touch. I wouldn't judge it on the thickest area of your painting. Sometimes thickest area of your painting, that's a little misleading because the thickest area of my painting, I could have painted it with a fast drying white.
Yeah.
And it's going to dry very quickly, like 2 days. It's going to be touch dry and it's going to be perfect. But there are very stubborn, transparent colors that dry very, very slowly that are going to take weeks to dry. So don't trust that. I have no idea why these people that make stuff that they shouldn't know what they're making, when they try to say, okay, we have to put something in the back that explains it super easily to people out there. Why they chose to, all of these things are choices. Why do they choose to say something like that? The thickest area of your painting should be dry. May be used on oil, alkyd, and acrylic paintings. Brush, apply, do not spray. Of course not, because that'll clog. If you put this on your
Yeah.
on your
It would never go out.
on your airbrush, no, you would have to really, really put some petroleum distillate to dilute it.
But it would never spray again.
To cut
It's
it. Yeah, but then all the inside of your airbrush is gone. So, yeah. Shake well before applying. That's why they say shake well, because all the weird whatever they use, which they didn't say what they're using, so we don't really know. I'm guessing it's some synthetic wax, and we say wax, but it's probably, if it's petroleum distillate. If the solvent is petroleum distillate, it is almost, I would almost bet it's paraffin. It's some sort of paraffin.
Mhm.
So
it just sediments in the bottom?
yes. So you'll always see this it becomes clearer, but then you see this whitish residue in the bottom that you have to mix again. Yeah, but these are not great, honestly. I don't feel they're great.
Rebecca, I'm
Yes.
sorry.
No,
No,
go ahead.
I thought you were finished.
No, I was going to say that I feel that the best way to use them is just to mix them slowly with, what people do very wisely nowadays. Mix them slowly with your glossy varnish until you get the proportion that you think it's best for your paintings.
Rebecca Caridad was saying, hi, Danny and Nicolas. Hey, Rebecca,
Hola,
how are you?
Rebecca.
Sofía Centurión dice, jaja, aún no compré porque todavía no cobré. Estoy comiendo una torta de avena y banana. ¿Cómo sabías, Nico? Jajaja, ay, me tenté.
Sí, pues es que si uno come algo tan particular,
Ujú.
es porque uno ya es fan. O sea, uno ya decidió ser saludable y uno le gusta la avena con frutas y eso ya es una vida, ya es decisión de vida.
Y Sofía dice, igual vi un video muy bueno de una chica preparando diferentes imprimaturas
Ujú.
y en una utilizó yeso y no se quebraba mucho más que el de carbonato de calcio. O sea, funciona bien mientras no enrolles la pintura.
Entonces no la usemos en flexibles.
Ujú.
Yo diría fantástico.
En madera,
Sí,
como
¿no?
en
Soportes,
MDF.
sí, usémosla en soportes
O
rígidos.
montar, si es en un papel, montar el papel. Ah, porque si no me acuerdo, si no estoy recordando mal, Sofía había dicho que en un lienzo.
Entonces montemos el lienzo sobre una tabla o peguémoslo a la tabla.
Roslyn was saying, I've been busy but good. Packing up a few things and trying to paint still. Feels a bit chaotic at times. Uh,
That's life.
yeah.
Painting many times has to take um, a backseat to life.
And I wanted to ask, maybe if it's very personal, you don't have to answer, Roslyn, but packing up, so you're moving, maybe? Is there like a house hunting
That I
episode?
don't know about, that I
Yeah, that I
wasn't
can help
invited.
you with?
Yeah. That I'm looking for tickets right now.
No, or I could help you online.
Yeah,
But
Bogota,
please don't cut
Utah,
me when you know
nonstop.
I enjoy so
I'll get there
much
tonight.
house hunting.
Thank you.
Julia Tovar
Utah
dice,
best neighborhoods.
Julia Tovar dice, miren que creo que YouTube ya me identifica como persona indeseable de OPL porque ayer me borró un comentario.
Persona non grata.
Ay, Julia, ¿cuál comentario?
Pues si nos va a insultar, Julia, pues
Pero, porque es que a mí muchas veces me aparece.
sí,
eh, ahora cuando YouTube cree que algo es como que puede ser un comentario no deseado,
como para review.
dice review, exacto, entonces uno pone show o hide y ya.
Ay, estos son
Pero,
los que tú pones hide para los de Julia.
no,
Ah,
que pero nunca me ha salido nada de Julia. O sea, la vez pasada alguien hizo un chiste de algo
sí.
y decía show o hide. Y pues siempre pongo show, porque siempre creo que es como. Creo que también ayer alguien se rió
Ujú,
y fue como jajaja, algo así, como
ujú,
muchas letras, y
sí.
me lo puso como para review.
Sí, sí, sí.
Entonces, pero no, Julia. No, de Julia nunca me ha salido para review, la verdad.
No, recientemente no le hemos bloqueado nada.
No, además, perdón, pero Julia tiene que aceptar que fue muy chistoso cuando la bloqueamos. No, ni siquiera fue bloquear, fue timeout, que es
Ujú.
distinto.
¿Y lo tiene que aceptar o va a volver al mismo sitio, al mismo
No,
hueco?
ya no, porque después va y en serio le borran la cuenta a la pobre Julia.
Pero pues se lo ganó.
Em, Tani
Ujú.
was saying, there is this artist on Instagram I found a few years ago I'm sorry, his name is Tommy Kim, I think. He does beautiful gouache plein air paintings. Tommy Kim.
Does he use the fan brush?
Do you think you know him?
If he uses a fan brush to block in, yes.
So, look.
Yes. No. Yes. No. Let me see.
Look.
Yeah, but I need to.
I
Maybe.
like it.
I have.
Oh,
let's
but
see.
it would make sense because look.
Let's see if Tani can answer that. He always starts with a fan brush. It's really amazing. That dude is like super talented, or that person.
So let's see.
I always say dude in a nice, like, overarching way that it's very inclusive. I like the word dude for some reason, but I know how some people feel
It
like.
says Tommy Kim, art director, art at Gaumont Animation.
Oh, that's cool. I don't know where that is, but
Oh,
where is
but
that? Where's that studio?
let's see. But their work is beautiful.
Yes, it's very good.
Very beautiful. I like it.
I'm pretty sure I follow that dude.
So Gaumont Animation
Mm-hmm.
is a French animation
Ooh
studio.
la la.
That was that.
I don't know where that came from.
But they were saying in TikTok, so maybe it's easier to look for them in TikTok because they would, if they upload videos, maybe we can see
Oh,
the
I
fan
know I
brush.
follow him on them. Sorry, I follow them on Instagram.
Tommy Kim, but I don't see the
Maybe he's got a nickname or something.
Tommy Kim art. Uh, Look, so just for you.
Fan brush. Look at that. Yeah, he's the same. Yeah, he's the same dude. Yeah, yeah, he's very talented.
Yeah. No, and I mean, I saw this one. Wait, where is it?
He's very good. Love it. Super loose.
Yeah.
Painterly.
But I don't know if it's
Big
just for
big decisions.
blocking, because look at this.
No, he's very he's got gorgeous hands, so he can use like a tool and just kind of bend it and
Yeah, but I would think that look at this. I mean, it looks like a fan brush, like.
Yeah. So he doesn't use a fan brush like this. He will use it horizontally, like vertically, I'm sorry, to just do also like straight lines that are never straight. It's always super organic. That's what makes it like beautiful. That you kind of think that it's perfect, but not really. When you look at it close, it's just very painterly. It's very beautiful.
We should follow them on TikTok.
I follow.
The thing is that I never.
Few people, but
I never.
I'm never on TikTok.
No, I never use. I think I never used TikTok.
I'm only there, and again, we're not better or worse. You can spend 1,000 hours on TikTok a day if you want to. Like
out of fashion, old fashioned in that.
But not really. I mean, my brother-in-law uses TikTok.
No,
like
we
all
are.
day.
We are. I'm saying we are.
Yeah, but I don't think it's
not
about being old-fashioned, or I just think it's about choice. I think you can choose whatever media you want to.
Maybe I'm gonna try to open a TikTok to see.
You can use ours.
Things.
Use ours. I don't care.
So, Guillaume was saying, "Oh, awesome, Danny. Hope you will make more watercolors during your next trips and maybe share some on your Insta." Oh, because the last one I did was the one that's my profile. And it was because I told you I use gouache, but I used it very thin as watercolors. But I think I have my notebook with the little toe, so I can show it right now. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Yeah, sure. I'm trying to establish how much attention do I want on the hands, and I think I was getting a little too tight with them. So that's why I've been using my knife to just soften some edges and kind of push some values together, some tones together, some colors together, because I want the attention to be here and then trickle down, down that little braid to the hands, but then ultimately you have to go back up. So that's what I'm thinking that I want to happen. So right now I'm very lightly scumbling some paint here. I think I'm going to do this light mess on the sleeve, shoulder and sleeve of this sweater here. Oh, you want to show it here? No, I'll do whatever you want.
Because I just wanted to show Guillaume. Because I don't even know if it's on focus, but
yeah, it's a gorgeous like toe, and then the first, I don't even know what that toe is called. I think they're all toes. Yeah, but we don't say like index toe. I don't. Well, you don't point with that toe, so I don't know. But yeah, beautiful, very beautiful.
And this was our window.
Very nice. Really? Yeah. I don't remember that.
We had like a balcony. Yeah.
I don't remember.
You don't remember what we had for lunch?
No, yesterday. Not really. I would have to think about it. I would have to look at photos.
But I think, because I was trying to remember, and I think I uploaded that to Instagram, but that was in a time I did not upload that much. Not saying that I upload that much nowadays, but I used to upload less. So
Believe it or not.
to post, I mean, I'm saying upload, not post. So that can make you understand how much I post. Caqueiro dice: Hola, tarde pero presente. ¿Cómo van? Hi, chat. Hey, Caqueiro. How are you? ¿Qué almorzó hoy Caqueiro y
No, pero
Santi?
déjala
Ay, quiero
llegar, que se
saber.
acomode.
No, quiero saber. Rebecca Caridad was saying, I've been practicing drawing lately and feel like the more I do, the more lost I am. Like I feel like I forget how to hold a pencil.
Yeah.
I wound up tracing an underdrawing yesterday.
Yeah.
So I could get to the painting part. Used oils for the first time in a while and didn't hate it.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Drawing doesn't have to mean the same thing for all of us, Rebecca. So be okay with that also. Like, whatever my plan is for my own drawing, that is my plan for my own drawing. I would never, ever shame you into saying, like, why did you trace that to go to the painting? No, keep struggling with your drawing. Because that would be my voice to myself. But that's not for you. I mean, that's totally fine. You're the one that needs to decide what it is that you're looking for with your drawing. You're the only person, the only one in this world that's going to be able to say, this is what I like. The hopes that I have for my drawing are these. And based on that, then you can make decisions that are going to help you, even if they're very frustrating, even if you are feeling like you don't know how to hold a pencil anymore. Like, those are some of the things that you're going to have to deal with when you say, I am choosing this road that maybe is a little more frustrating, a little bit harder, that is going to feel weird, that, whenever I wasn't, at the beginning, my earlier days, I never thought about these things and I was like in blissful ignorance. And now that I know these things, I'm hating every second of it because every time I see something, I think that it is off or it is wrong. And now I'm not enjoying it anymore. And if just knowing things is making you not enjoy what you once enjoyed and you're missing that, go back to when you enjoyed it. That's totally okay. If that pull is so strong with you, then go back to it. There's no shame in that. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong. Because, like I said, the expectations I have for my own drawing, I should never impose onto you. Those are mine. And I like my mistakes. And I like when, like yesterday, when that nose was wrong. And I had a whole painting. I had a drawing session that I finished and the nose was off. I had a painting session that I finished and the nose was still off after I made adjustments. I like that. I like feeling that I like feeling that I have so much to learn, and that, even if I'm careful while painting, there can be so many things that go wrong and that do go wrong, and it's okay for them to go wrong. Like, for me, it's super, super important not to feel overwhelmed by those things that go wrong. But again, that is what I want for myself. And I want to go through those things. I want to feel like, as you say, that I forgot everything. I forgot how to hold a pencil. I forgot how to do something that's proportionate. I forgot. I want to feel that weirdness that comes with many times just, what in my case is just being not negligent, but maybe I'm not pushing myself enough. Again, this is for me. I don't want to make you feel weird or bad if that's not, something that it's for you. But for me, it is that maybe I'm becoming too complacent, because I have a tendency, for example, to say, it's fine. That's my worry, like most of the time, that I know myself and I know how much like what I want out of something. And there's been many times that I'm like, okay, this is fine. The drawing is fine. And with this painting in particular of my niece, I've noticed that fine wasn't going to cut it. Like, there are other paintings where fine takes like, you know, it almost disappears, this idea of something being fine, because I can make it up with other things that are going on in the painting that are like far more exciting than just being proportionate or just being, well drawn or whatever. I love those paintings also. I love paintings that give me a chance to try to find other ways of solving things that that I've solved a million times before. So for me, it's exciting when I let myself have those liberties. But there are other times where I just don't feel okay with me being careless. And yesterday, I understood myself as being careless. And I could have just said, you know what? It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. Like, honestly, the painting's okay. And I could have used like Instagram to convince myself. I could have said, people are telling me that it looks amazing. People are telling me to do nothing else to it. People are telling me that it's amazing. It's great painting. That's so cool. So I could have gone to bed with that like little ego boost and just said, it's great. What am I thinking about? Like, I don't want these thoughts invading my brain. It's great. And the truth is, it wasn't enough for me. It wasn't. Just I was telling Danny, I can't go to sleep like this. I just can't. My
Yeah.
my brain is gonna mess, it's gonna mess with everything that I'm gonna do from here until the morning if I don't do this right now, if I don't go back to this painting. And I don't even know if I can make it better, but I know that I'm gonna hate myself if if I don't just try to make it better. And I remember when I started working, Danny was like, well, I'm gonna go to bed, but how, like, I'll wait for you in bed. How long do you think it's gonna take you? And I was like, well, if it goes well, like 20 minutes, and if I mess up, then we'll see. I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Because it's one of those things. And I think it took me maybe an hour and a half,
No,
maybe,
I
of
don't know,
painting.
because I fall asleep.
Yeah, but it wasn't
So no,
too
it wasn't that
much. I
much.
wasn't too late to bed.
But the
So
thing is that I remember that I asked you how much it was gonna be, because you were like, I saw something in a painting and I want to adjust it, and I was like, okay, that's fine. Do you think it's gonna take how much? And when you said if it goes well or if it goes wrong, I was like, oh no, okay, so he wants to work on something, because I thought it was just like
oh, like
something
those
that you
little two brush strokes or
exactly
something.
that
Yeah,
you're
because
like,
sometimes
oh,
it's
I
like,
need sharpness in this little thing, so you're like, boop, perfect. Or you're like, oh, this little tiny thing, it's bothering me, I'm just gonna cover it. But then I realized it was gonna be like you trying to make something that you didn't like
yeah.
more comfortable for you, or like you wanted to adjust something in the painting. So I was like, no, I'm gonna go to sleep, which I never do without you. But yesterday, I don't know why I was so tired.
Oh no, it's okay.
Maybe
What?
Maybe I think it's because I didn't have my matcha.
Oh,
And
there
I
we
told you
go. We have
about
to
that, because
fit it into the conversation.
yeah, I just realized it really gives me
Alert calmness.
alert calmness. A great way to describe it, Nicholas.
Yeah, I don't know. I just
Very accurate.
I meditated for a second and I thought, what is the best way
Yeah.
to describe
You
this
sounded
product?
like a monk.
Yeah.
So Rebecca Caridad was saying that's exactly what's happening. It seems like the more info I have,
Yeah.
the more stuck in rendering I am. I want to get more accurate, but feel like learning the quote unquote rules
Yeah.
has almost taken my ability to see.
Oh yeah, I know. The curse of knowledge.
Yeah.
That is always the case. That's always the case.
Mm. So Roslyn was saying, house hunting. Ha ha ha. I wouldn't hunt without you, Danny. I was getting scared.
Yeah, a
'Cause,
little.
I
You
mean,
felt a little betrayed over there.
I would think that what we planned,
Yeah.
Roslyn, Robin, and
Yeah.
I wouldn't betray that, but maybe that was just me.
Ooh,
I'm
Rosalind.
joking. And Rosalind was saying, we, husband and I, are leaving for Europe for the coming winter.
Oh, that's so nice.
Utah was fun but temporary. Currently deciding about selling my motorcycle. Super torn. So,
Oh.
you gonna go to live in Europe? Rosalind? Did I get that right? Or, ¿cómo lo entendiste tú?
That's what I got also.
Yeah.
But I don't know if we're prying. I don't know. I don't know if we should
Yeah,
be
I'm sorry.
asking
I'm
too
sorry.
much.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
you can let us know as much as you want, Rosalind.
Yeah, but I'm always curious, but like out of nothing but love. It's not like me being. I mean, I'm sorry if I sometimes overstep with the questions. I never want to do that. Julia was saying, I love the excitement in Danny's voice when she said house hunting. Ha ha ha. I would go on that birthday adventure 100%. Oh, so now it's the row rows and the jus.
Yeah.
Jus da row.
Okay.
Would you-
Yeah, sure. I mean, it's your trip. I'm not even going to be a mile from there. It's I'm not going to
And
touch that with a post. So,
Julia dice, por cierto, escribió el comentario otra vez, pero creo que por alguna razón no te lo muestra. Julia tiene de pronto un link. Es que creo que si hay un link, el comentario YouTube automáticamente lo bloquea, pero no porque sea un comentario tuyo con un link, sino que YouTube no deja que haya ningún link a nada en los comentarios.
solo las personas, de nuevo, para ser como súper específico, solo las personas que se autoricen como moderadoras
O sea, en
del
nuestro
canal,
chat solo
que es
nosotros
Dani.
podemos compartir. Sí, pues,
Sí.
o sea, que ni siquiera, o sea, que es nuestro canal. Nuestro
Exacto.
canal es el único que está como autorizado para mandar links. Carla Anglada was saying, hello everyone. I find her nose very appealing. I hope this does not sound goofy. I'm partial to a beautifully painted nose.
Oh no, that's what I worked on last night. I just didn't like the character was wrong, the structure was wrong, the angle was wrong. It's one of those things that I couldn't just kind of like slowly finesse into something that I would find a little more appealing. No, it was just off. It was honestly, it was just something that wasn't working for me. So as soon as I saw it, and I know how blind I was to it. I realized how blind I was to it because the moment that I realized how it looked like how it actually looked like, is when I took a photo and I decided to post it on Instagram. And when I saw the photo, I was like, oh, this is not cool. Like this, I don't like how this feels. I don't like how this looks. So it just goes to show that you could be working on something for hours and you just don't see it. You're just very incapable of like truly making like an objective assessment of what you're doing. So only when you get some distance, and distance can be like a weird little concept because distance in this moment was defined by having some time passed and looking at it through another lens, like literally, in this case, literally like a lens. So that's what gave me a bit of perspective. And I said, yeah, no, this is not working.
When Liat was talking about the lenses,
Yes.
Liat said, sorry, Nicolas. No, I meant a lens on its own, not for the camera. You can look through it to quote unquote back up from your painting without moving.
Oh, dude. And I did a whole dumb talk about lenses.
No, it's not dumb.
Yeah. Oh, no. No, I've never done that. To be honest, Liat, I've never ever done that with a lens.
And Belt said, I had a dumb joke idea to wear binoculars back to front to make things look far away for if space is limited.
Yeah, no, but that's what kind of Liad was suggesting. Yeah, I've never thought of doing something like that, to be 100% honest.
So remember Tom Thumb
Tom Thumb.
Tom Thumb Jordan.
Yeah.
said that he had a long question
Oh,
about.
yeah. That
So
was
it
a
says,
year ago. Yes.
okay, so apologies, chat, in advance for the upcoming spam.
No, come on.
So it's long, so I'm gonna read it all.
Okay, it is that long.
It says part 1 of 13. So I'm gonna read. No.
Oh, this is true?
Actually, yeah, because you can only write 200 characters.
Oh, Jesus Christ,
So
Tom.
it's like super long. So I'm gonna read it.
Jesus Christ.
And I don't have my glasses.
Okay,
so.
let's do this. Let's do this.
So
I
I was
have
listening.
enough trust on
Okay,
Tom
okay.
Thumb.
Nicolas, please.
Let's do this,
focus.
Danny. Whenever you're ready, Danny.
No, stop. So I was listening to the Ruprecht conversation before I fell asleep last night, and it opened my eyes a little, or perhaps just illuminated what was always there but hidden.
Okay.
It took some time to fall asleep because of the ideas that were swimming in my mind. The images and compositions I wanted to express as a result of the liberating impact of your conversation. To hear artists speaking about thought process that were so similar to my own felt validating. But how to achieve these ideas? What I mean, for instance, is I have one idea for a multi-figure painting that would require many people, a specific location, clothing, etc. But I feel I have no way of recreating this. What I'm saying is I'm not sure how to translate these ideas from my imagination onto canvas. What to use as a reference. A lot of artists I follow on Instagram went to places like GCA in New York
Grand Central Academy.
or one of the ateliers in Florence, and they all eulogize about working from life,
Yes.
implying that it possesses some kind of inherent value that other sources do not, and there is a hierarchy with it at the top. I
Yes.
understand the benefits, of course, but I'm without willing friends or family to bring these ideas into existence satisfactorily. Ruprecht said he creates all of his images from his imagination rather than from life or posing photo references, but that's a gift I don't possess. I'd be absolutely unable to achieve the desired level of realism from imagination. Similarly, it can be a struggle to find usable references without infringing copyright.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't afford models / don't have any suitable. I have an overwhelming need to get outside these ideas, which is atypical for me, honestly. But how? I had the idea to find a suitable images online and jumble them together on Photoshop in a kind of Dadaist pastiche collage thing, and then use that as a reference. But I feel I'd struggle with how to form coherent image in terms of a constant light source, for instance. I suppose what I'm asking is, what are potential solutions that you've encountered in the practice of other painters to this problem that might be useful for myself? That's it.
Okay. That was not as long as I thought it was going to be, so that's totally fine. And I think that's super pertinent. And I think what you're voicing, the question that you're voicing, is something that a lot of people, and I'm going to include myself, have a ton of trouble trying to figure out. So I'm going to give you a short answer, and then I'm going to give you a longer answer.
Oh, and after that, I'm
Yes.
sorry, because I was seeing that around Tom's conversation,
Yeah.
there were a lot of conversation around that, so we could read that after.
Oh, okay. Yes, because I do have a feeling that
Yeah.
the way Tom, I think, very well expressed his almost like hitting a brick wall when trying to understand how to go about doing a painting in the, let's say, the way Ruprecht construct his paintings, is something that for a lot of us is, and for a lot of us that like, this idea of working from imagination, it's something that at some point becomes kind of baffling, because it seems unattainable. It really does seem like it's almost impossible to achieve. So let me start first with the answer, the short answer that I think is the answer that you're not going to like, but it's an answer that we have to say, like we have to acknowledge this. So I'm going to start with that one first. And I'm going to say the reason we can't do it, it's because Ruprecht is very, very good. It's because Ruprecht is like an extraordinary painter. I mean, he is an out of the ordinary person in that sense. So what he describes as, when I was younger, I used to just paint the paintings that I wanted to paint. And what he describes as such a matter of, in a such a matter of fact way, is something that I think we all wanted to do. And then we realized that we couldn't. I remember when I was painting, when I was young, I had ideas of paintings that I wanted to paint that I thought were super cool. And then I was just, it really hits you like a wrecking ball when you realize you're just not good enough to paint those things. You just don't know how to paint those things. It doesn't matter what you try. It's not going to happen. You just don't know how to do this. Like, it's fine. You have a good idea, but you can't execute on it. So, I'm sorry, but that's just the truth. And I think we've all been there and felt that frustration that comes from saying, I really, really wish that if my ability was just a little bit better, just a little closer to what Ruprecht, to Ruprecht's ability, I could make this kick-ass idea. I would like, this would be so amazing if I could execute this. So a couple of things there. We shouldn't be thinking if. So if I was as good, if our brain starts something by saying, if I was as good as Ruprecht, then we're fucked. I'm sorry to say it like that, but we are not in the right track. Right then and there, we should like step out of that train, because that's going to take us nowhere. If you just say if, might as well say if I could paint like Rembrandt, because it's pointless. It's pointless to think that the one thing that's impeding us from doing the things that we want to do is that we are not extraordinary painters. I mean, that's ridiculous. So take that thought out of your brain. Don't ever think that way again. Don't ever say, I knew Velasquez would have painted this better. Well, no shit. Like, of course he would have painted it better. Of course. He's like, what are you saying? That it's weird that one of the best, if not the best painters ever would have painted your idea better? Is that what you're trying to convince yourself of? Well, yes. It should take you like no time to realize that, yes, they would make a better painting than yours. 100%. Like 100 out of 100 times they would paint it better. So again, don't fall into that trap. That's a ridiculous trap, but that's one trap that we always seem to fall into. We like sabotage ourselves, and we like start to believe, if I had this, if I had money for models, if I was trained at painting from life, if I had more friends that would be willing to pose for me, if I had a better body because I could use myself, but my anatomy, horrible. I'm like a bag of milk. I don't want to paint myself. I want muscles and cool shapes. Like if all the figures look like myself, it's going to look like a bunch of slugs. I don't want that. So we can always find reasons to think that what we have is not enough, to convince ourselves that what we have is not enough. And I mean, it takes nothing to just really understand why there would be a chasm between what is available to us and what we are convincing ourselves that's necessary to produce the things that we want to produce. Again, that doesn't take effort. To convince yourself that you don't possess the necessary tools to do something takes no effort. So I think we should very quickly just say, you know what? I have to be respectful. I'm not saying that you're being disrespectful, Tom, so please don't take it this way. But I have to be respectful to the person that is incredible. and that is actually capable of executing these things. And I have to acknowledge that these people are just different. They're very, very, very good at what they do. Very good. Sometimes they can be the best at what they do, even. So to think that we, out of just like want, we can become, as good as the best people, at doing something is just not going to happen. So what has to start at that point is then the longer answer. So the short answer is like, you know what, kind of deal with it, because that person is just that good and they are able to do those things. And it makes sense in their head. It's the same way that Kim Jong-gi says, oh, when I saw something and I would have a break 3 hours later, I would try to remember what that thing looked like, and I would try to access those visual memories in my brain, and then I would try to draw it to force myself to remember it. And it's like, yeah, good for you, but who does that? Who can do that? Like I'm sure I could see like an aardvark, 3 hours ago, and if I sit down and I'm like, I lost it. I don't know what an aardvark
If I
looks
close
like.
my eyes, I can't paint.
I mean,
the
I can
thing
see
I have
it.
in
I could
front.
probably,
I mean, it's like,
yeah, it's like I can spot the idea of what an aardvark is, but I can't do it, and not in the way he does it. He's like, yeah, I remember the aardvark, but let me draw the aardvark from below,
and with,
jumping on
yes.
top of like a cityscape.
And with all the details,
Yeah.
tiny details.
Yeah, he makes like an aardvark into a kaiju, and and it's like, dude, that's you. I mean, that is all you. That's like you genius, but nobody can do that. You know how we know nobody else can do that? Because nobody else does that.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody else that can do that like him. So if so many people could do that like him with such ease, the world would be flooded. And I mean, we have social media now that enables us to be in constant contact with talented people. We would know of these people by now. But the truth is, not many people paint like Ruprecht. I would say nobody paints like Ruprecht. I would even go so far as to say that. And if nobody paints like someone else, it goes to show you how remarkably extraordinary those people are. So that should let us come, like that should give us like a starting point. That should like ground us and tell us, you're going to embark on something that is going to be very, very, very difficult. Very difficult. So the next thing that we have to do is to say, what can I paint? So you're saying, and this is totally fine what you're saying, by the way, because it helps the argument like quite a bit. I mean, it makes it a little sadder and more dramatic, but it helps it. You're saying, I don't have friends that would be willing to pose for me like that. I don't have family that would be okay with me. Like, let's say I want a bunch of like nude people doing all these things. Like, and what I have is my sisters. I'm not gonna ask my sisters to pose nude for me. Like, that's kind of weird. I mean, I'm not judging if somebody else does that, but that's kind of freaky. But I'm not gonna do it. So it's like kind of weird. And I could tell them like, could you do it in a swimsuit? But that's kind of weird also. Or maybe they don't live, where you live, so you don't have access to those people, and that's totally fine. That's totally fine. But then I would say, okay, we don't have money for models to take. Like, you would only need one model, if I have to be honest. You would only need to hire a model for a couple of hours, and you could take 1,000 photos. And you would just need to have like the design that you are comfortable with. So you would have to probably spend a couple of £100. I know, that's a bunch of money. But, you can take thousands of photos in an hour session or 2-hour session. Thousands. So you could only hire one model and just really make them play the role of every single character that you want to play. You could do that, but let's just say, I just don't have the money. Dude, I just don't have the money. I can't do this. Then I would say, okay, if all we're left with is ourselves as models, because that's the only thing we're going to have, then we can say, I'm going to use myself. And I have a cell phone. I have a camera that's good enough. Trust me, whatever shitty camera you have on your phone is good enough. 100% good enough. If you put it on a timer or a tripod, it's good enough. It's going to be completely fine to paint from. You just, pick good lighting. And for good lighting, you only need a window. That's all you need. A window, block every other light, block it out with like newspaper. You only need one window and then shoot everything with yourself. Everything. And you could say, well, but I'm going to be the only character in my painting. It's going to look like Charles Ray. Is it Charles Ray?
Yep.
Like the masturbating, like Charles Ray masturbating himself like 10 times. That sculpture that's like super funny and super cool. I think it's Charles Ray. If I'm not, am I misremembering? No, it's Charles Ray. I think that's like a super cool contemporary sculpture, like a self-portrait. I'm trying to look at your screen. I think I maybe.
I don't know.
So, could you put Charles Ray self-portrait? I think. Charles Ray sculptor self-portrait. Come on. I know I'm right.
Well,
But
maybe it's
yeah,
because of
there's no images or something. Anyways.
Instagram, yeah.
Yeah, but anyways. You could use yourself. You could. Again, you would say, I don't want my body. I don't like my body. I'm not a good model for this. Like, come on, don't. Like, this is not the painting that I wanted to paint. So, no. I'm not going to use myself. It's not cool. This is not fun. It's not what I wanted.
I thought you were gonna. I'm sorry. You were gonna
Yes,
talk
please.
about Zhu Minju, I think.
The Chinese
Yes,
painter?
because he's always the character.
Yeah, the smiling paintings. Yeah, the laughing paintings.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty cool too.
But go ahead.
No, but I'm thinking that he wants something. If he's citing like Grand Central Academy
Yeah.
and Ruprecht, like Ruprecht has a level of veracity that.
Oh no, and Thumb was also saying that because they were saying that they wanted to reach, that they knew from their head they couldn't reach that level of. Because I don't want to misquote, so let me see very quickly. Mm, mm, mm. Unable to achieve the desired level of realism.
There we go.
So
So
they
he's actually being
Exactly.
far more exigente, far more.
Exigent.
I know that's Belin's word. That's so
yeah.
funny. How do you say that word? How do you say that, Danny? Are you looking for the translation?
No, I'm trying to tab in my
No,
brain.
but let's do translation.
Exigir. Demand.
Oh, demanding.
Demanding.
Yeah, so you're being super demanding.
I'm
Super
sorry, I
demanding.
screamed that word.
Yeah, you're being super demanding because what you're saying is like, I want to be able to paint from my imagination images that defy, nature. That'll convince you that that I was looking at nature, something that has a degree of, again, veracity that can be, that can fool you into thinking, oh God, this is real. You know which professionals do this on a daily basis, but they don't do it with painting in mind, but concept designers, people that work in video game industry, people that work in the animation industry, they are constantly challenged by these sort of things. And they are people that train themselves to try to be able to understand everything that they paint. So they need to understand perspective and design and clothing and how light bounces off of bounces off and reflects. So, in tons of surfaces. They are super, super educated people, super educated artists. It's pretty remarkable when you realize how much these artists are educating themselves and how complete they can be. So, let's say a parallel of for Ruprecht in the video game industry, in the design industry, concept design industry, for film and animation and video games would be Craig Mullins. He's like the king of concept work. He's like OG. You can't get any more OG than Craig Mullins. He's incredible. He's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. again, if we take him as the norm, we are just being, just blind to the fact that he is the best. He's probably still the best. Or if we think of Paper Blue, so people that are just so good at what they do, we can't just take them for granted and say, like, why can't I do this? Like, come on, what is wrong? Like, I want to be able to do this. It's like, okay, yes. And so is like every professional, every young kid that started with Photoshop at like 10, that has been working so hard to try to get into the concept art, business. They have been working their butts off to be like 20% of the artists that they are. They are very, very, very good at what they do. They're just, again, extraordinary examples of what can be done. So let's go back to the options that we do have. So we can work from ourselves, and that, I think that that's not a bad choice. Like, I think I'm like a perfect argument for that, because I am the sort of person that would say, I don't really like my body. Like, I don't have like a cool body. I remember my friend Dorian Vallejo. He would work out because he was like a health buff, but he would also do it because at the time he is Boris Vallejo's son. He was doing at the beginning Conan covers, and he was like the model for the Conan covers. So, you can't use me for a Conan cover. Like, I would be an orc that Conan was driving a sword through, but I wouldn't be Conan. Like, I can't, there's nothing in me that seems vaguely barbarian. Maybe the way we eat, but that's about it. But, he was working out a ton, and he was like super buff, and he would use himself for reference for his covers, and that makes total sense. That makes absolute sense. But you could be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm just not interesting enough. My body's not cool enough, not interesting enough, it's just not what I want from this. So right now we're hitting like a ton of roadblocks. If we get to that place and we're not willing to use ourselves, we realize that we don't have money to pay models.
I'm
And
sorry, Thumb said puts down chocolate wafers.
yeah, puts down packet of crisps.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but it's hopefully what I'm saying is ringing true in some level.
No. He's been reacting to it too. So he's like really paying attention to everything you're saying. I'm just not reading every single comment, but I think that this was a good joke. So
Okay,
I
yeah,
have
that's
to read
wonderful.
it.
That's wonderful. So, but now we're at a sort of roadblock where we are understanding how difficult this is going to be for us, right? To make a multi-figure composition, to potentially, acknowledge that it would be very tough to do it from life. So we are going to do it from imagination. But we are also noticing that it's going to be close to impossible for us to get the necessary reference that we want for the picture that we would have wanted to make. And that's where we have to start. That's the moment we're going to have to start to make some sort of concession, because, at that point, if we're willing to stand our ground, it's almost like saying, if I don't have this, I'm not going to paint it. If I don't have every single thing that I need, I am not going to paint the painting that I wanted to paint. And guess what usually happens there? You just don't paint the painting at all. You just don't. You don't do it. It's almost like you were searching for all the reasons not to paint it, and now you're giving yourself like you're almost like telling yourself, see, you were right. You can't paint it. You can't. Like, this is impossible for you to paint right now. So you're almost like patting yourself on the back, saying, I told you we couldn't paint this. I told you. I knew it. It's too difficult to paint this. the good artists historically have never said that obstacle is too big. Never, never, ever, ever said, well, that's just impossible. I mean, it seems impossible, like an impossible or a highly improbable undertaking. So sorry, I'm not going to paint it. Good artists have never felt like an obstacle is something unsurmountable. It's incredible. Where we stop and we say like, okay, so that's a boring ass view. They suddenly make the most amazing landscape that's ever been painted because they don't see it. They see it as a challenge. You know, they see opportunity where we see just a brick wall. So we quickly have to teach ourselves that that just can't block us. It can't. It cannot block us. So now what you have to do is to say, what tools do I have at my disposal? So maybe and this is like super true. I remember this from art school, but I haven't really checked on this. But I remember it to be true. So I'm gonna say that I'm gonna trust my memory, and I'm gonna say that it was true. But I remember that they taught us, you know, when we were looking at Venetian painting, that Tintoretto, who was probably the worst of them all, like if you think of Veronese and obviously Titian, um, uh, when you think of Tintoretto, he's like the funkiest one of them all. Like it just seems like he had the worst drawing and he wasn't like that good of a painter. Um, but he would make these like super like challenging compositions, like multi-figured compositions. And I remember that in art history they taught us that he would make like wax figures and he would put like little cloth, like little bits of cloth on them, and he would dress them up, and then he would put candles and light up his scenes, and then he would look at that, kind of like what James Gurney does when he builds his little models for Dinotopia. But he would like put candles and light them up, and then he would make drawings out of like all these like little characters and shapes and see how they interacted, and then he would paint. You know, he would do his paintings. And that's how he went about it in the most like archaic way, but the coolest, you know, one of the coolest ways to do something, which is like, if I can't see it, I'm going to build it myself. If I can't put all these figures together, if I can't have models, if I can hire people so that they can pose, you know, together in my 20 figure composition, then I'm going to make little figures and I'm going to put them together and I'm going to put a light source in there and see how, you know, how all these things look like. And in that time, they didn't do what, let's say, you know, genius that James Gurney is. They didn't do what James which was like snap a bunch of photographs and then say, yes, I got it. No, he would have to look at it and draw from it and make notes from it. I mean, it was still horrendously difficult to understand the information that he was compiling to, you know, rendering it useful in the creation of a painting and the execution of a painting was still going to be a tremendous task. So that didn't stop them. I think nowadays for us that we have like infinite more tools than they did, we have, you know, the ability to find and convince ourselves that lesser obstacles are harder to overcome. We have grown a little bit more lazy. I'm not saying that you're lazy, Tom, by the way, but we have grown a bit more lazy because there's so much available to us that we kind of think, well, if I can't do it this way, then surely it can't be done. Because that would be the best way of doing something. That's like the best way of doing something. But that's like, you know, having money for a car and you're like super proud of the money that you've gotten, that you've, you know, put aside throughout some years to finally get a car. And you go into the dealership and you're like so proud of the car you're going to buy. And then suddenly across from where your car is parked, you see one that's like, you know, I don't know, $50,000 more expensive. And you go like, well, that car is better. I mean,
Or you
that's
see a plane,
yeah, that
which
that
is like,
that's a better car. And it's like, no shit, genius. Yeah, it's a better car. It's like
yeah,
$50,000 better, but you don't have $50,000. If you did, you'd probably be buying that car. So don't ever concentrate on the things that you don't have, that you don't possess, that you can't use. So if you can't hire models for a photo session, if you can't ask friends, because let's say we don't have any friends, and that's not like a pity thing. No, let's say we don't have friends because we don't, and who cares? If you don't have family friends, if you don't have family close or your partner close, if you're just by yourself, but if you look at yourself in the mirror and you're like, oh no way, I'm gonna do a painting with this body, and if all the time you're saying nope, 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 I mean that can be an infinite amount of no's, and you're just proving to yourself that you are incapable of painting something. That's just it really is it. That is the bottom line. You are just being the person. You're not needing any help from anyone. You're just being the sole person that is convincing yourself that clearly you are not capable of doing something. Um, that thought never enters the mind of people like Ruprecht or people like Gurney or people. Gurney is the sort of person that builds it. Like if he can't do it, he'll just say, I need some clay to like model it. Like he literally, for some of those dinosaur covers, he's like, well, first I have to model this Brachiosaurus, and he gets some wire and he gets some like
he has videos
putty.
on that too.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah. And he looks at what the bone structure was, and he downloads a bunch of photos of Brachiosaurus, and he's like, yep, this is my Brachiosaurus, and he modeled it. And it's like, what the hell, dude? It's like I was thinking about painting something, and now you're telling me I got to sculpt something? Like, that's crazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
but that's what people do. That's what great people do.
You know, Liad was saying before you started answering, uh he was saying, oh yeah, I forgot, James Gurney makes maquettes and uses perspective to place it into reality, and that way he gets the lighting right.
Yeah, he's
Yeah.
crazy. James is the sort of person that builds everything. Like he's got this. He has like a Da Vinci sort of DNA in him, where he just loves to build these. Have you seen his like easel for his driving wheel that he uses in his car?
Yeah.
He adapted his easel, so he has an adapter for his driving wheel, so he can put his little easel on top and paint while he's in the car because it's too cold outside, or he's just in an intersection and he just likes to paint a building. So he can paint in his car. I mean, that dude, talk about not ever feeling like there's an obstacle. That's the dude. That's the guy. It's like everyone's moving. It's like going into a cafe and thinking like, oh, everyone here is moving. Nobody's staying still for me to paint them. And what do you see off the corner of your eye? James Gurney attempting to paint people in
Yeah.
that cafe.
Well, I
So
mean, he painted in a fair. I
I
don't
know,
know if
and
you
he
remember
paints
that.
horses moving. He
Just
paints
like
he
everything.
paints great. Yeah. Oh, look, there's this cow being born. There's
Yeah.
this little calf being born.
Yeah.
I'm gonna paint that.
Yeah.
It's
There's
it's
a
crazy.
butterfly flying.
I know
This,
exactly.
yeah.
They painted, people that are very talented. It's not like it's not difficult for them. It is enormously difficult for them too. But they are like, I'm gonna try, and I'm gonna, do my very best to try and paint this. And so while we're all shying away from doing what we need to do to give ourselves the best chance to paint whatever it is that we had convinced ourselves that was, that one thing, that painting that we were dying to paint, those people are like, okay, what do I need? What do I have? What do I need? How do I make this happen? And they don't think it twice. They make it happen. They do it. They literally do it. While all of us are just like almost like drowning in all these excuses, because in the end they can be incredibly valid excuses, but in the end, if we don't do the painting that we wanted to paint, they were just dumb excuses. They were stupid excuses. But while we're just floundering in all those excuses, those people that we admire, they're working. They're working it out. They're finding a way. They're saying, I don't have this, but I can use this. I don't have this, but I can use this other thing. And does that mean that the painting that they're going to make is perfect or great? Or, is it like the thing that they wanted to make? I don't think so. I think that, for them, they also have to make concessions and say, this was challenging. This was really tough. This was very, very tough, but it's good enough. Like, I think it's good enough. I'll give you an example with Ruprecht. I didn't ask him because I don't think those questions are kind of cool. Because I don't like them to be like gotcha questions. But I am 100% sure, 100% sure, like I could bet anything you want on this, that for some of the animal paintings, he uses Schleich animals. Like there are Papo animals, like little model animals, toy animals that are super, super good, like super good quality. If anyone here has kids or they collect, like me, they collect like toys or figures, they know what I'm talking about. They are gorgeous. So you can buy like a Schleich one. Oh yeah, there's a crocodile that I got, like a cheaper one for a Loki figure. No, it's okay, but you can buy a rhino and you can buy an elephant. You could buy a bunch of elephants if you want, and you can like pose them. You can paint them from below, from above, from everything, and that makes you start to understand. Oh, look at this! Like I can Kim Jung-gi, like Kim Jung-gi does it in his brain. Our brains are not big enough, but we can hold a little model thing and twist it and turn it and look at it from below and from above and say, oh, that's what the hip looks like in an elephant when you look at it from this angle. That's awesome. And then you scribble it. And if you find that to be plausible, if you go like, oh, that's how he's done some of the animals, which I'm 100% sure of this, because I recognize some of the rhinos that he does in some of the toys that I bought for Samu when he was little. I was like, I am 100% sure that's like a Schleich or Papo rhino. I am 100% sure, like 1,000,000% sure. When I look at Kim Jung-gi's animals, no way, those don't exist. Those do not exist. Those are his brain, his messed up brain. But with Ruprecht's, yeah. And guess what? He does use a bit of reference sometimes. So there is a painting that I love, that I absolutely love, that there is a photo. What's the photographer's name that he did all the like people running? Muybridge, Edward Muybridge. So he used a bunch of Edward Muybridge photographs for the poses that he used on the painting. So he does use, reference. He gave them like a fish head. Could you check? Ruprecht, and I don't know how to look for this painting. They're like at a library, yellow background with like pattern, and they're all kind of leaning forward. They're kind of bending. They're like three dudes that are bending, and one has like a ram head, one has like a fish head. So try to look for that. So Rupert von Kaufmann, don't put like ram head because nothing like that would appear, but
yeah, but it's so hard to
I know.
find
But as soon
something.
as you see what I described, you're going to be like, oh, this painting. It's not there. Let me see. I don't have my glasses, but I can't see it. No. Let's look for that.
Oh.
Let's look it through the ones that you're looking here. Nope. You can go. I can recognize it. I don't have my glasses, but I can recognize it. Nope. A little more.
No more.
No more?
No.
So let's do what did you put? Like, let's just do Rupert von Kaufmann. Did you put something else up top?
Yes.
No.
So
let's
first, let's do this, and then we'll
Okay.
do.
Nope. So let's just do his name.
Yeah. Espera.
And let's do HD, because I think you can get a good picture from that.
Well, I hope we can get a picture first.
No. Look, there it is. So
Where?
Do you see the guy, the third row?
This one?
Go down and to the left. That painting. Okay, there we go.
So
And
this one.
yes. And that one, so if you want, you can share it. So that one has a bunch of studies. I actually had them in my old drive, but that drive died. But they're easy to find. Like if you search for
It says
the studies of that painting, because he did some gouache studies. You can actually tell, like, he collaged some of the Muybridge figures.
So this, because this is on his.
No, that's the book. No. Or no, that's his website. No, that's the painting. He doesn't share. I mean, you can find them on the internet, so I guess at some point he shared them, so he's fine with that. But what I'm trying to say is, like, I had those images, and yeah, it's Edward Muybridge. Yeah, like, he used Edward Muybridge, and he does use reference, like, at some level. I'm sure that if he's used it in some of these paintings, like, he uses them in some way. Like, in the conversation that I had with him, he was saying how he many times sees something and then just goes with that, then just, like, you know, he just what is left over is, like, the idea of, I think there was in a Laguna interview, they asked him about a chair, and I think he says something like, no, this chair is, like, I lifted it, but I don't think he lifted it, like, you know, quite literally. But he said he lifted it from an Lucian Freud painting that he saw. So the idea of that chair kind of remained in his brain, and then he just painted that thing that he remembered. And I can kind of understand that, and I can kind of see how maybe he used Muybridge at the beginning, and then when he was doing his painting, he just went with his studies.
Yeah.
And
So in the screen, you can see
Yeah.
the painting Nicolas was talking about.
And maybe if you search for that painting by title, maybe if you search for the painting by that title, Danny, you can find the gouache or the studies. Or if you put the title of that painting and say study.
Because I don't know if I can see the title.
No?
Medea, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. But if you search for that, you'll find the studies. So again, this is not like a gotcha moment for Ruprecht. It's not like, oh, we found you. Like, we found you out. Like, of course you used reference. Like, look, you're using Muybridge in some of your painting. Like, you know, it's like, sure, you give me thousands of photos of Edward Muybridge. I cannot paint like Ruprecht von Kaufmann. So it's not a matter, like, that's where we should be a little more, like, lenient, like saying, okay, even if he used this, like, come on, it's still not easy to paint this painting. So let's bring it down a bit. It's not like, yeah, it was this, so, you know, you're lying all the time. No. I'm sure that if you ask him to paint a painting from his imagination, he would kick ass and he would make an incredible painting. So I would say, you know, if none of the things that I'm saying are cool, but if the Papo little figures were sounded like a cool idea, buy some figures, buy some there's these bodies that are kind of muscular and kind of cool, and you can get, like, different body types. You can get, like, super buff guys, or you can get, like, skinnier dudes, and you can get, like, girls. I mean, it's gonna look pretty freaky because some of the women bodies they always have, like, bigger boobs, and so it's kind of meant to be done for, like, freaky people like myself that like comic books, and, like, you know, most people like that, like anime characters or comic book characters, and they usually have this, like, stupid idea of what a woman's body looks like. But you can get all these, like, figures with these, you know, anatomically correct bodies that you can pose that are, like, super cool. And you don't know this, but tons of comic book artists nowadays, like, let's say I'm working on a Spider-Man book. Like, I was hired as a Spider-Man artist. Oh, dude, if I'm hired as a Spider-Man artist, the first thing I do is I buy about 3 figures. I would buy, like, a 1/6 figure of Spider-Man that's really cool, that I can pose like crazy. It comes with, like, a base that you can, like, you know, pose him, and you could do tons of little angles. And I would buy, like, a smaller, like, maybe 1/9, 1/10 figure that is, like, ultra posable, that you could do all these, like, weird, crazy poses with. I would do that immediately. immediately, because now I have like this awesome reference that I could just bend to my will, that is going to give me so many options when I have to draw Spider-Man. So they don't quite tell you that, but tons of comic book artists, they constantly help themselves with those figures. So you know how you could buy that, I think it was like a Le Corbusier little stick, little wooden figure that was kind of hopeless and useless that you could pose. Um, Nowadays we have like so much cooler alternatives that we can pose much more dynamically and that are like far better
And
anatomically.
even online.
Yeah, you can
I
buy
mean, you
them.
could. No, no, no. Not like buy them online,
Yeah,
but you can have
like software, you said?
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, I didn't get into that, which is a little more complicated because you would need to learn a little bit of some software. But dude, nowadays there are models. There are 3D models that have joints and you can move them
Yeah.
and you can pose them and you can put them in an environment and you can download assets. So if you need like a living room, you can download a table and the sort of windows and draperies and couches, and then you can put a light source and you can have that 3D modeled thing in your computer that you can look at and say, hell yeah. And you
Yeah.
can download assets of like clothes and shirts and pants and shoes and anything, and you can pose them. A ton of illustrators, digital illustrators nowadays, they know, they start from the 3D modeling of these spaces and from like, these very I mean, very simple 3D characters that they pose, and then they paint over them, but just with the confidence that they can now see and understand like this three-dimensional scene. So again, that's like what Danny was saying is totally true. That's probably the way a ton of like younger people that are like tech savvy do things nowadays. And we could again put obstacles in front of us and say, I don't want to learn fucking like don't tell me that to do this. I got to learn like software. Like I'm older. Like come on, dude. I can barely work Photoshop. Like don't ask me to do like to now work with some 3D software cuz I don't know how to do this. Again, you know what good people do? They don't say they don't go like, "Oh God, I have to learn software." They go like, okay, let me look at 100 tutorials on YouTube. And if that's not enough, I'm going to download this course, this short course for beginners on this for this software. And I'm going to take a week and maybe it's going to be my lunch breaks. And I'm going to learn this software on my lunch breaks. And then, a month goes by and you know how to use it.
Yeah, and I was also gonna say that, of course, that's the way when you can make everything super accurate. But I was gonna say that in my iPad, I remember I downloaded an app. It was
Yeah.
free, and it just has like a body, and
Yeah.
you can pose the body, and you can say, "Oh, I want this to be of a girl, of a boy, of a taller person, of a shorter person." And I remember I used that to pose once when I wanted to do a carving,
Yeah.
because I was like, I really don't understand how to do that part of the back. And I was like, I could take pictures, but maybe there's an easier way online. And I just like went online, downloaded that, and I just posted that, and it took me like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So,
So there are ways. There are tons of ways.
yeah. So, is it okay if I start?
Yeah, I don't know if again, long-winded answer for that.
No, and there's like a ton of conversation around
Yeah, because I think that what Thom what
thumb.
Tom Thumb was
You always do
expressing.
the
Tom
as if,
Thumb.
yeah.
I love it. It's like a children's like an old Victorian like tale. Um, what Tom was asking, I think, is in almost a lot of I was going to say everyone's brain here, but I know that it was in my brain for sure. Like whenever I see things that Karl Kapinski does, that Kim Jung-gi does, that Ruprecht does, that seem so unattainable for me. I mean, it's a huge, huge downer for me. It's terrible. It really just reminds me of how far I am in terms of my own ability to not feel like restrained by things, and how liberating it has to be one of them to that they it almost feels like they don't have obstacles in their body, in their brains.
But I
They
think
just
that's what
that's
we
how we
think
see it
from here.
exactly.
Yeah.
That's how we understand it, and how
Yeah.
we, and that's how we convince ourselves that, how unattainable it is.
Yeah, and like that would be the answer. It's
Yeah,
like I could do all the paintings I wanted if I had Rupert's ability to
yeah.
paint from my head.
And that equation is like super quick because the answer is you don't, so you can't.
Yeah, but also, I mean, and we've touched on this topic before, but I think it also goes to like there's always going to be an obstacle because it's like I mean,
Always.
if you
Yeah.
want to see an obstacle, there's always going to be one. So it's like,
Yes.
no, but I don't know how to draw. But then you learn like you go to a place where you can learn a little bit more about I don't know, the fundamentals of anatomical drawing because that's what you thought you were missing. And then you learn that and you're like, yeah, but now I don't know how to understand color. So you just take a workshop on that and then you're like, yeah, but now like that's not the problem. The problem's that I don't have a cool subject matter. Like you're always going to find something and something and something. And if that something is I am not that other person, well that equation just ends super quickly cuz
Yeah.
as you were saying, oh yeah. I mean, Nicolas is not Ruprecht, I'm not Ruprecht.
Yeah. As my roommate would say, no shit, Sherlock. Like, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You're not him. You're not. So what are you gonna do about it?
Yeah.
So let's read the questions
No, the
or the
comments.
comments. I'm sorry.
So,
Oh, clear your throat for
no,
that.
because I mean, look at the screen just for 1 second. Here's where the question one was.
Oh, so it's
Here's
cool.
where we are.
Tom
No, no, no.
Thumb.
So there's no.
That was a good question.
No,
then.
wait, because not
Wait.
everything's around that question.
Okay, Tom
There's
Thumb, get down.
no,
Get down that cloud.
no, no,
Get
no.
off of
There's a
that
lot
cloud.
of
You're not that important.
Nicolas. No, there's a lot of answers and conversation around that question, but there's also a lot of comments.
Yeah.
So, Liat was saying,
Liad.
Thumb. If you want to invest time to learn Photoshop and 3D programs, you can make amazing references for yourself. And Thumb was saying, really? Is there some kind of software that helps with creating a light source
Oh,
in the
yes.
reference, for instance?
Oh, yes.
And Sophia was saying, Liat is right. And also, you can use yourself as a model if you want to figure something out, or use a simple object to try different lights, situations, and see how they work. So, all this was before you were
Sorry.
were answering. No, 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 it's fine. That's why when you started answering, I told you that afterwards I was gonna read on the comments like the conversation that was going around it.
Okay.
And I think it's cool that there's a lot of things that you touched on, and that those are suggestions that
people were giving.
get. Exactly. So let's see. Thumb was saying, Sophia, I suppose I'm just conscious of not being able to achieve the realism I'd like to make it believable. Would be worried about having a painting of 30 thumbs with the same hands and hair.
But that's what a bunch of like Caravaggios would have the same model. A bunch of Giuseppe Riveras would have the same model, and he would just kind of shift little things, and just make them into different characters. But you would be surprised how many illustrators in history always had like a couple of models, and they would try to make them feel like, I mean, not everyone was Norman Rockwell that would go into town and say, hey, who wants to pose? And then the whole town was posing for him. Not every illustrator was like that. Illustrators would be like, okay, I need this type of guy. I'm going to use it for these 5 guys in this painting. And that's, or women would be like one type in like old school illustration. It was like, yeah, you only need one woman for this. So you'd be surprised how much you could do with one type of person.
And also, I think that you could pose yourself because I've done that before. Like, I pose myself but then I make like a soup with things I see online.
Yeah.
If I need shorter hair or something. I don't know if you remember that drawing I did of a girl eating waffles.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So I had the idea in my mind, but I didn't have a place to do, or I didn't have a girl
Yeah.
to see to do a drawing. And I remember I googled like a like a toddler,
Yeah.
and then I saw the girl, but she didn't have the pose I wanted, so I posed, and then I saw some waffles. So I had like a board
Yeah. Yeah.
with all the images I wanted,
That's
and I was like
pure
collaging.
illustration. Yes.
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Pure
So-
old school illustration.
So I was just like adjusting her face to my body, but then making it feel like the one of a children, and the waffles and the background and everything. So I think that if you use yourself for references, you can make it super different with things you see online.
I mean, Norman Rockwell, who had literally the town as his models, he would ask the photographer, I forget his name, to take photos of him doing the gestures that he wanted the people to take, because he would always feel that the people wouldn't understand the gestures. So he always had the photographer take pictures of him so that he could put those gestures into the models that he was
Feels
shooting.
Scoville.
Yeah, there we go. So that was amazing, because even having like the perfect models, like as many models as you want, he chose to also shoot himself, because he thought it's not enough to have like these pictures of them, because maybe they don't understand exactly what I want.
And you can see when you see the photos and the final illustrations
Oh,
that he adjusts.
it's always Rockwell.
Yeah. And also that he adjusts the like the expressions
Yes.
a lot. So for example, I was trying to look for some, and I found this one that maybe I could share it. Why can't I open it? Let's see. So this one, I don't know if you see from there.
Yeah.
So you could see the model, the
Yeah, and
actual
the photo.
expression.
Yeah, always
And, like,
shifted. He
exactly.
always
And I guess
shifted
that
things.
maybe he was like, "Ugh, I have to do that expression with the photo I took and like adjust it to what I really wanted."
But never. I know you said it just like for the sake of being theatrical, but I don't think he ever was like, like that was an experience. That was awesome for him to just try to get those expressions
No.
and to use himself.
I was using that because you were saying that he was so picky that he would say the photographer like, "I'm gonna pose first, and then they have to pose like this." So maybe he knew that those, like the pose he was gonna do, was something that he was gonna use at the end. So it's like I'm gonna have them as a reference, but I know that I always have me as a reference.
Yeah, he was a genius. Again, we also have to take into account that this is what absolute geniuses would do. But that's what, like, for us, that we're just regular people just trying to find answers. Their lives and their experiences can be examples for us, can provide answers for us. So
let's see more around that topic. Liet was saying, Thumb, build up slowly, start with portraits and figures with reference, then start using references but swapping out the people, and then start adding more people until you get where you want.
That's also very true. If I can interject there, yeah, Liat is 100% right. Like, even the best of painters never started with like multi-figured compositions. Like, they had to slowly build up to that because it's very difficult. So there is a reason why when you were starting, for example, Caravaggio was starting, when he started at Giulio Cesare, was it? Studio, he was painting fruit and flowers, I think it was. Fruit and flowers, or fruit and leaves, or something like that. He was just the painter that was doing fruit and leaves. And that's it. And then eventually, when he got commissions to do figured compositions, he had to build up to that, but it was never easy. It's not a thing like a switch that you can turn and say, yeah, I've been painting like these peaches and a vase, and yeah, I just got hired to do 100-figure composition.
And also, I mean, if you want to do something that is complex in the fact that it has like a lot of people, a lot of things, like a lot of things happening, I think about Jericho's Rafto de Medusa.
Oh yeah.
And in a video, we showed all the steps he did, and you were talking about that.
Yeah, and how
Like
much
all the studies he did.
and how many
And
years that did that
exactly.
take?
Exactly, but
That
it's
was
not like
crazy.
this is the painting I have in mind. I'm just gonna attack the painting right now.
Yeah.
No, it's like I have this painting, but to get there, I have to study all the portraits I want to do. I have to study then the composition. Then I have to rethink the composition. Then I have to do. So it's like step by step.
Ooh,
Always.
baby. That was my
Um,
New Kids on the Block. Step by step.
you always take every chance to sing.
To sing New Kids on the
Yeah.
Block.
Not to sing, period.
Yeah, or it's like thinking that Jan Matejko painted the paintings that he painted like oh, I have an idea, and then suddenly this painting with 50 figures appears. It's like he did so many studies, like so many studies. He would study like the weapons that they were going to use, the armor that they were going to use, all the clothing that was customary at the time. Like there was nothing. The historical painters are called historical painters because they were trying to be faithful to history. Like they would never paint something that wasn't in accordance to how things were at that time. So yeah, never ever ever paintings took a long time to make back then.
Let's see. Tom was saying, I'm certain Pradilla used the same person over and over for the faces on the right of his capitulation of Granada. They're all the same.
Probably. Yeah, you're right. Probably. And again, we're using Pradilla as an example, one of the best historical painters ever.
Yeah. Let's see.
Trust me, you could tell me, like Tom, you could tell me exactly what he needed when he painted the baptism of the prince painting that we saw in El Prado. You could tell me exactly what he had and what he used and what he painted. And I would never in a million years, it would probably take me 30 years to paint that painting that he painted in probably 2 or 1. It would take me 30 years to paint that painting, and I would never be able to even do it justice. Like with every single thing that he used, or you could give me even more tools. You could give me a camera. You could give me a damn camera to paint that painting, and I would make a worse job at him, than him painting that painting.
So
he was a genius.
So Rebecca said, Thumb, I find when it feels like I have a barrier that I can't cross, I just do what I can within my confines.
Yeah.
Barriers change over time. Working from life might be more accessible in time. And Thumb said, Rebecca, so using a kind of improvisation or filling in spaces from imagination? Rebecca said, Thumb, I more meant like not letting the barriers stop me from painting, so I would do what you did probably and collage images together and see what unique aspects are born there. Let's see. Carla Anglada said, Thumb, I like the idea of using your imagination along with yourself as a reference, and you can try changing your nose, hair, etc.
Your nose hair?
Your nose, hair.
Yeah, what do we know about Tom's nose hair?
Rebecca said, that's exactly... no. So that's from other comment. Because I'm trying to like read super quickly to see what is related to that specific. Mm, Ricardito said,
Oh.
I know that building a big visual library and studying different subjects can help with imagining things and rendering them from imagination, I've noticed. Like if you need to draw a person from imagination and the people are clothed, I would of course practice a lot of anatomy and look up lots of reference and draw a lot of draped clothing and study folds. Mm, Liat said, "Oh yeah, I forgot James Gurney makes maquettes and uses perspective to place it
Mm-hmm.
into reality." Um, Carla Anglada said Cindy Sherman photographed herself as different characters with different clothes and hair. Um, Liat said, honestly, in today's age with CGI, if your goal is to make something that is a photo real, why paint? You could just do it with 3D, but if you paint with abstraction, it doesn't need to be photo real. Rockwell is one of the best illustrators ever, and his paintings aren't photo real, but they feel real.
True, true.
And Julia said, I can't with Rockwell, he's just too good. It kills me.
Yeah.
Liad said, Julia, he is, but compare Rockwell to J.C. Lindecker and Frank Frazetta. Each is different. None are quote unquote real.
Oh yeah. With Leyendecker is so evident that so much stylization going on. I think I've often said that Leyendecker is probably one of the purest like distillations of like style that you'll ever find in painting. It is just perfect. I feel it's like tremendous exercise. It's perfect. It's like every single shape, every single like little stroke, everything makes sense, to the manner in which he was like imagining these characters. It's amazing.
And Thumb said, Liad, it's not photorealism that I'd like to achieve, just something believable, I suppose. The amazing Von said, Thumb, a lot of figure models sell photo sets now. If you ever need references, I work with a lot of them from Instagram. Mm,
ArtStation is a really cool place to find like packs of models
mm-hmm.
that sell they sell their packs on like a bunch of poses. So it's probably not going to be the pose that you need, but what Ricardo was saying, how you would practice or how you would start to begin to be familiar with the sort of poses or with the sort of character of the bodies that you would want for your future paintings. Like that's a really cool place to start.
Mm-hmm. Gil was saying, I always remember that Muddy Colors post that they show various examples of illustrators creating their references. Paolo Rivera's blog also comes to mind. When you were talking about how we are sometimes lazy and
Mm-hmm.
artists that we admire just like do things. Also, Bucodonosor said, I am lazy and I know it's true. Saludos desde Argentina.
Grande
Um,
Oso.
Julia Tovar said, Liat, I get what you mean in terms of photorealism, although I do think you need very, very good anatomy skills and probably some sort of reference to achieve images like those. And also, for me, realism does not equal quality in art. Uh, while you were talking, Tom was saying, I'm hearing you. Find solutions, not problems. You're reading me like a book, Nicolas. Mm, let's see. Um, Liat said Frank Frazetta, that quote unquote never used reference,
Oh,
absolutely used
yeah, he
reference.
used reference. The thing is, there's this and Liad probably knows this, but there's this kind of a fabled stories of him just being this amazing painter that could paint something from his imagination like super quickly. And I am sure that those things were true, but it's also true that he would use himself. Like there's a ton of you know images of paintings of Frazetta that the characters look like a young Frazetta. So no. He very much 100% used reference for sure.
Mm, Ambi said, I've been sat here painting the whole time. Super interesting thoughts. Thank you so much for sharing. Love the way you explain it. They were telling you.
But why sad?
No, I've been sat here.
Oh,
Sentada.
okay. Sorry. I was like, why are you
No.
sad?
No, sat.
Okay, sorry.
No, but that was cute. That you were.
Always concerned. Come on.
No. And imagine, I've been sat here
I
the
know.
whole
Well,
time.
sometimes we have bad days.
Yeah.
sad days.
No.
I mean, well, sadness is not terrible,
that was
but
so nice of you. Uh, Rodrigo Romeu said,
Mhm.
I'm a concept artist. Right now, I'm working on an environment. I'm finishing up on top of a 3D base I did on Blender.
There you go.
I can't imagine the amount of work I'd have to do. No, I'd have if I didn't use the base.
Yeah, of course. That's
Um,
common practice now. And it wasn't so common, let's say, with concept work 10 years ago. But now that they have the tools, it's like, are you kidding me? Of course I'm going to use this. And there's so many assets that are available that, remember, concept works. Who is this person that was, I'm sorry?
Rodrigo Romeu.
So what Rodrigo is saying, like, concept, for example, concept artists, they're paid to be efficient. They're not paid to feel like, oh, you have to make this stand out in a gallery. Like, this has to be the most beautiful painting that you've ever painted. If you give a concept artist 2 months to do something, one piece, they can do freaking amazing work. That's not what they're hired to do. They're hired to be super, super efficient. Super efficient. So they have to use every bit of tools, like everything at their disposal to actually make the picture that somebody wants them to make. Like, it has to have the feeling, the idea that somebody's trying to convey. The I don't know, the art director, the game director, whatever it is, whomever you have to answer to, like, you have to do that. You have to try to get as close to what they want. It doesn't. You could do a beautiful painting, and if it's oblivious to what they had asked you, it's a terrible work, and you get fired. And you could be like, dude, if you're not going to listen to what you have to do, you're pointless. So, usually concept designers have to just say, okay, what do I need? What do I need to make this, exactly like the thing that we need? And it doesn't matter how you put it together. It doesn't matter how you have to collage it together. It doesn't matter. You could, it honestly, it's like means to an end. Like, use whatever you have at your disposal to make it work. Whatever. It doesn't matter. Just make it work. That's what they have to do, like, with every single image, every single day. So there's a lesson in how they go about doing stuff.
So Thumb was saying, we'll search for the Jericho video. So I just found it here. It's the video where Nicolas did the study of the raft of the Medusa. So I just linked it there in the comments. Julia said, this is probably obvious and not the best reference, but Postmaniacs, the webpage, is useful. Kijari said, I don't know if this site appeared, but it has tools to practice drawing. lineofaction.com /practice tools.
There we go. Thank you. So there's tons of resources that people are sharing.
Let's see. Liat said, it's also worth noting that I don't know a single artist that is completely satisfied with their own abilities. And Liat was also saying, Blender is free and can render lighting and has a ton of tutorials online.
Yes. A lot of people. I've been wanting to learn Blender. I think it's amazing what you can do.
And Gyu was also talking about Postmaniacs.
Yeah. That one's more old school.
And they were saying you can play with the light and camera angle also.
Yeah.
There.
I mean, the poses are limited, but there's still a ton of, again, a ton of resources that you can use.
Jean-Claude Michel Jr.
Uh-huh.
said Nicolas and Tom Thumb.
Tom Thumb.
Thank you. I needed to hear that question and answer. Fernando Samaniego said Fraceta used iguanas for dragons.
Yeah.
Marcelo Peralta said just got back in. Don't know is this has if this.
Yep.
Yeah. Sometimes I just like try to correct as I like understand the typo as I read.
Right.
So don't know if this has been already covered, but also don't fear pushing yourself and hitting a wall. Just make sure you bounce back like a rubber biscuit. So I think I covered all the comments around that.
Awesome. Good conversation.
Yeah, really good. Yeah. And so if I missed one and I see it, I'm gonna read it, but I'm gonna try to go back to maybe some questions or comments that people were making, so we can answer that too.
Please, yes.
Abiola Adekanbi was saying, Cap Nicolas, it's actually great. Sofía Centurión dice,
cap.
chicos.
Nice.
Dime.
No. So cap is like, well, I'm trying to understand it in my in the little bit that I know.
Kiss cap.
But if you're capping, it's like you're fake. So if they say cap, it's like you're saying the truth. I think that's my
Really?
those
Let's
are my
Google.
street creds. Yeah.
Cap meaning.
Yeah, when you say no cap, it's like
Slang. To lie.
Yeah.
To cap about something is to brag, to exaggerate, or to lie.
So maybe it's like no cap?
No?
No cap is to be real. Yeah.
They were saying cap Nicolas. It's actually great.
Okay.
So I don't understand.
Yeah, maybe I got it wrong then.
Or like, or like, no kidding, Nicolas. It's actually great. I don't know.
We'll take it as a compliment.
Yeah.
Unearned compliment
Everything here, yeah. We try to take it with the good side. From a good side. As a good side.
There we go. All of those.
Sofía Centurión dice, chicos, necesito un consejo. Es
Pelo
sobre un
corto.
trabajo
Ah.
que estoy a punto de empezar en un taller, pero
Sí.
estoy teniendo pila de dudas y no sé si podría tener un poco de feedback de Nico, que tiene pila de experiencia enseñando.
Uf, vamos a ver.
A ver, Sofi.
Hágale pues.
No, pero no lo ha escrito.
Ah,
Pues no lo veo
ya
todavía. Sí. A ver, ¿qué más? Thumb was saying Danico.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Why is that a thing now?
Yeah.
Have you seen Jason Walker's painting of the postman? I was obsessed with that for months.
He's incredible.
Have you
He's
seen
incredible.
that painting?
Yeah.
That specific one?
Yes.
Because I haven't. Beautiful.
Yeah. Well, that's...
No, I'm sorry. I clicked back.
Okay.
Fudge. No, I just closed. Where is it?
Yeah, he's tremendous painter.
So here it is. Nicolas.
Yeah, he's amazing. And his self-portrait.
Oh, the thing is,
he does
yeah, the thing is that I went back.
like a bunch of self-portraits. The one that he does with the crown is just crazy. It's so damn good. He's a tremendous painter.
Let's see.
Jeez, I thought today I was gonna be like, it's a short day today. I'm sure.
3 hours and a half.
Jesus Christ.
No, I mean, yesterday was almost 5. Johnny Matatiao was saying, I will never use Gamvar matte again on oils. Made it way too cloudy.
Yeah.
I varnished acrylic paintings with matte and satin acrylic varnish and mediums, and that was better for me. I may try mixing with gloss. Thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, people that sometimes use matte varnish, they absolutely hate it. Hate it. I always made mine. Never from a bottle.
Julia dice, por cierto, escribió el comentario otra vez, pero creo que por alguna razón no te lo muestra. Le había dicho a Julia que de pronto era porque tenía un link o algo. Voy a mirar si de pronto respondió a eso. Ricardito
Yes.
was saying, hello guys, and a heart emoji. Qué bonitas tonalidades en el rostro. Hola Ricardito.
Gracias, Ricardito.
A ver. Ana Azuela dice, hola Nico y Dani. Alcancé un rato del live, está increíble la pintura. Acá donde vivo actualmente estamos pasando por una sequía muy fuerte. ¿Creen que haya maneras de contaminar menos como pintores? ¿Saben si el óleo es más eco-friendly que otros medios?
¿De dónde serán? ¿Como de Perú de pronto?
No sé.
¿Bolivia? ¿Perú?
No sé. No recuerdo si Ana nos ha dicho. Pero, no sé. No voy a adivinar porque no.
Pues la producción del color es lo que puede ser como digamos, nocivo para el medio ambiente. Hay colores que necesitan Hay colores que son súper básicos, que pueden ser óxidos en la tierra. O sea, hierros, óxidos en la tierra, que son normalmente los que nosotros asociamos como con ocres, sienas, tierras. Esos colores normalmente no son tan terribles, son como literalmente pueden ser parte de la misma explotación que ojalá sea como mesurada que se hace de una montaña para extraer piedra, para extraer tierra para construcción, para lo que sea. Entonces, digamos que esos no serían tan ajenos a lo que es digamos, los procesos de utilización de tierras como que se utilizan para, no sé, la industria de construcción. Entonces, hay unos que no son como tan ajenos a procesos que nosotros ya hemos entendido como viables si se hacen de una manera mesurada, como controlada. Pero hay otros que, por ejemplo, hay restricciones sobre los metales, sobre los metales que se utilizan, los metales pesados que se utilizan. Entonces, esos tienden a ser como nocivos, no solo para nosotros cuando los trabajamos, sino al producirlos, se tienen que tener muchísimos cuidados. Entonces, yo creo que esos pigmentos van a ser los que eventualmente van a tener como pigmentos que los reemplazan, como pigmentos ya sea sintéticos o pigmentos u otros pigmentos orgánicos que encontremos que pueden reemplazarlos. Pero sí, el problema más grande es el desecho de color, que yo creo que en términos de color, ¿cómo se llamaba la persona? Discúlpame.
Ana.
Ana, en términos de color, yo no creo que haya un desperdicio tan grande de color. O sea, lo que yo desperdicio en mi paleta, digamos, porque pues en teoría yo debería estar mezclando todo lo que estoy poniendo acá. Entonces no debería en teoría haber una grandísima cantidad de color en mi paleta. Y los colores yo siempre los dejo, yo no cojo esto y lo boto a la caneca, no. Así muchos de ellos se oxiden, yo siempre los chuzo un poquito y los vuelvo a usar. El desecho más nocivo que nosotros tenemos desde la pintura es el de solventes. O sea, la preocupación más grande es cómo desechar solventes. Y, por ejemplo, uno dice, no, pero una persona sola, pues de pronto no. O sea, qué sé yo, uno puede usar 1,5 litros de solvente en 2 meses. O sea, uno puede usar, si uno está reutilizando el solvente, uno lo puede usar por mucho tiempo. Pero en un salón de clase de 20 personas, 25 personas, todas utilizando solvente de una manera no controlada, botando trapos con solvente o botando solvente sucio en un lavamanos cuando están limpiando los pinceles, ese es el problema. Ese es el problema. Entonces, normalmente, Ana, instituciones educativas, y yo nunca logré que nuestra facultad de arte le parara bolas a la manera como se desechaban los solventes. Entonces yo, por ejemplo, en mi clase pedía que no hubiera un uso tan grande de solventes porque no se les daba la gana, y la razón por la que no se les daba la gana como buscar compañías que hicieran desechos, que se ocuparan de los desechos de esos solventes, era porque costaba mucha plata. Entonces, era tristísimo, tristísimo porque es una facultad de arte que tiene la plata y no quería hacer ese tipo de cosas. Pero en pintura se debería tener el mismo grado de responsabilidad como en grabado cuando se está desechando el ácido o en fotografía cuando se desechan los químicos. O sea, tiene que haber una empresa responsable para eso. Y normalmente lo que a uno le dan son unas canecas que ya sean canecas que están llenas de solvente o son canecas que están llenas como de arena y se vierte en esa arena el solvente, y después esas compañías están capacitadas para desechar eso. Em, pero no, el óleo en sí, uno se preocuparía más por cómo se produce el óleo. De nuevo, no tiene mucho que ver con el hecho de que sea óleo, o sea, aceite, sino la producción de los pigmentos.
Ujú.
eh, digamos que en esa es la parte que las compañías que producen pigmentos, todas esas casas que hacen, no que producen los pigmentos, perdón, que producen los colores, pues todas esas casas van a tener que ir tomando decisiones porque la producción de los pigmentos y las restricciones sobre ciertos pigmentos van a ser cada vez mayores y mayores, y eso quiere decir que el costo va a ser más grande. Entonces, alternativas más saludables para nosotros y entonces más saludables de pronto para el medio ambiente, pues van a estar, yo creo que están en el futuro. Eh, pero no, es cómo manejamos, yo creo que el mayor impacto que podemos tener es cómo manejamos nosotros nuestros propios desechos. Entonces, ahí sí le recomendaría que, pues si no quiere usar solvente, no lo tiene que usar. Yo no he usado solvente, pues o sea, usé un medio y usé un medio de una manera, digamos, mínima para un momento de la pintura, y de resto, no, Ana no me ha visto usar nunca solvente para el desarrollo del resto de la pintura. Entonces puede ser no usar solvente, que es lo que hacemos nosotros normalmente con las pinturas del canal, o puede ser minimizar al máximo el uso de de un medio que tenga un solvente. Si no quiere lidiar con eso, pues Ana puede trabajar con gouache o con acuarela, que va a seguir teniendo los mismos inconvenientes de la producción del color, pero por lo menos pues va a ser pues súper sencillo porque puede ir al lavamanos a simplemente jugar los pinceles y ya. O sea, igual, o sea, la tubería de lavamanos va a tener todos esos residuos de pigmentos y los va a mandar al río o a las plantas de, de, de tratamiento que después desembocan en unos ríos, pero pues al menos no tiene que lidiar con el hecho de que sean solventes.
Y Ana decía que es del norte de México,
Ah,
pegado a California.
bueno, bueno. Sí, entonces, no, Ana, si está muy, muy preocupada, no, use gouache. O sea, gouache es un medio precioso, fantástico, súper versátil. La gente que utiliza gouache hoy en día o sea, hace unas cosas, pero preciosas. O sea, es un medio que no tiene ningún tipo de restricción, ninguno. O sea, en manos capaces, que son muchísimas, o sea, las personas que la utilizan como medio, uno se da cuenta, jue madre, las cosas tan espectaculares que se pueden hacer con gouache. Y es infinitamente digamos, menos problemático y menos, uno tiene que usar tiene que preocuparse por menos variables que las que se preocuparía por la pintura al óleo.
Tintin was saying,
Tintin, go to
Hola,
sleep.
Nico and
What
Danny.
are you doing?
Watching you from Japan during my stopover.
Oh my
Love
god.
this 3-part stream.
Oh my god, Tintin. I can't tell you go to bed or maybe you're in a
Or stopover.
hotel in Japan, so enjoy. But what
they
are you
were
doing?
saying
What are
Japan
those?
during my stopover.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that means
she's
that.
probably either
not gonna
going
be
home or taking a trip or
Yes.
But Tintin, these like horrendous like sleep habits of yours, they have to stop. This has to stop someday, Tintin. And that day is today.
No,
Go to
because we're
bed.
so happy to have you here always.
Go to bed.
Tintin.
I'm sure in Japan you can get one of those like super small rooms to just take a nap for like 2 hours.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Oh, do you know that we have now? I showed you
Mm.
when we were traveling. Now we have something similar to that in
Oh, in
our
here, yeah,
airport.
there's like
Yeah.
rooms
You
available,
could like rent a bed. Yeah. So
like little cubicles available.
exactly. Yeah. Julia dice no tiene link, pero sí un nombre de Insta. Es por eso,
Un at.
Julia. Dice, les hablaba de un ilustrador que tiene de nickname JD Hombre, Juan David, ¿no? El de la Javeriana. Sí,
No
que me
sé.
parece muy teso y creo que les gustaría, sí estoy segura. A ver. Sí.
Sí, sí, sí.
Espérate que es que no encuentro. Pero sí, Julia, él estudió en la Javeriana.
Pues que Julia ya es una señora, ya es vieja.
Sí, sí, sí. Mira, de pronto.
Sí.
Pero obviamente tú lo conoces.
Sí, sí, sí. Y creo que lo sigo. Sí, creo que lo sigo también.
A ver,
Muy chévere.
espérate.
Creo.
Ay, por Dios, no encuentro. Pero sí, Julia. A ver.
So I think I'm done. I'm still like super insecure about how these hands feel, to be honest, because I
Yeah.
can't visualize it. Sí, 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 bueno, voy a decir, el que era el novio de Gala, iba a decir, pero
Pero pues no es.
pues yo me quedé ahí, sí.
¿Qué estabas diciendo? What were you saying?
No, that I think I'm good,
Mhm.
but I don't know. I don't know.
What do you
I'm super insecure about how that feels with that.
really?
Yeah, I have for some reason I have this feeling that it just doesn't quite connect.
Do you want me to zoom out and you can see it on screen?
No, I mean I can see it there and it doesn't and even like okay, some of these grays are really pushed. They're a little more subtle.
No, the camera is just
Um,
like showing it super
Yeah.
a little bit more saturated, let's say.
I don't know.
Or you can- You know what? Let's do
I think it
Okay.
what is gonna happen because I do feel this is a good place to stop the painting because I kind of like the things that are surrounding the painting to feel just like these tiny little empty voids that almost like are witness to or they serve as witnesses to these prior moments of the painting. So I like these. I don't feel weird about keeping some of these, but I don't know if it's disjointed, and I feel that I need to look at the painting with distance. I feel that I need like a tiny little moment with the painting, and if I feel that it doesn't work, like I'll try to work. I was hoping that I could paint another portrait, another one of the rewards tonight, or at least started. But if this is bothering me too much, I'll just get to it and I'll see how to make it connect a little bit more, because I've noticed that I tried to get a little bit more open and a little looser. I noticed I started liking the hands when I scraped it a little bit and just opened it up a little bit more. I know that I didn't want to describe this this sleeve that much, this arm kind of that much. So in many ways, the softer that I could do it, the better. The sort of more, again, this idea of openness. The more open it was, the better. The more it could, almost like dissolve into whatever atmosphere was surrounding it, the better. Probably should paint this little bit on the side. But I still have this doubt in my brain about how it feels with the hands. I don't know how connected it feels with the hands. So I'm not sure. Not entirely sure if it works. But maybe it does, but I just can't see it well enough from here. So
I think maybe it's that, but I mean, the only way is for you to look at it and look at it and look at it from a distance, and then
yeah, and then say, okay, no, it wasn't that bad.
Camila O'Gorman dice, estas 2 semanas de hashtag OPL son de mis top 5.
Uy.
Hice este ejercicio y lo acabo de terminar. Yo sí vi que Camila estaba haciendo underdrawing, underpainting.
Sí. ¿Y cómo le fue, Camila? ¿Qué tal?
La painting terminada.
¿Cómo le fue, O'Gorman?
Porque dijo, los acabo de terminar y mandó una señora bailando y un señor bailando. Entonces no sé si sea celebración. O sea, emojis, mi amor.
Sí, pues le rindió más que a mí, a Camila. Camila es como más rápida que yo, es mucho más como eficiente.
Mi amor, igual es que tú estás hablando mientras haces.
Y que Camila es súper buena.
Y que Camila también es
rápido,
súper
sí.
eficiente. No, pues, o sea, yo puedo estar con una cinta en la boca para no hablar. Y en 2 horas hago 6 líneas. A ver. Carla Anglada was saying, Danny, do you find sculpting help to better one's painting skills? So, I talked about it, but the other way around. When I did the carving of the girl with the shadow. How do I describe that? It was like a block, and it had the girl, and it has like the carved shadow. And that was the time I went back to carving after maybe 3 years, maybe. And I was afraid of carving because I wasn't carving for a long time, so I thought I had no idea what I was doing. But at that time that I was not carving, I was maybe drawing or doing things related to art. And I remember in that visual correspondence, when I showed that sculpture, I was talking about how I felt that improving in, like, what I felt as improvement in other aspects of my creation process, so maybe drawing, painting, all of that, it was like that transferred to sculpting too. So it was not as if I needed to sculpt only to get better at carving wood, but that drawing also helped me in that aspect. So I don't know if I would say that carving has helped me with painting. I guess it does. But I remember I realized that very clearly the other way around. So, but I'm sure it helps a lot. Because in my brain, I mean, when you sculpt, you see the, like, all the planes. And it's very good to, like, to know how to, like, to see them, to touch them, to have them there, and then to understand that while you're trying to do it in a 2D way. So when you're drawing, when you're painting, you know how that thing turns. So I think it helps. Yeah. Camila O'Gorman dice, obviamente no me quedó como quería, pero el proceso me pareció fascinante, despacio y pensando cada decisión.
Qué chévere.
Julia Tovar dice, hermosísima la pintura de hoy, amo la atmósfera y el tono naranjoso con el verde del brazo y la trenza. Kakeiro dice, se ve impresionante, Coco, me encanta y haber visto todas las etapas fue muy cool.
Muchas gracias, Kakaro Riggers.
Kiyari dice, me da mucha penita tener que irme, me alegra
No,
haber
ok.
pillado un pelín del live, os seguiré en la mañana. Buenas noches, gracias Dani y Nico, sois geniales.
Chao,
Muchas
gracias.
gracias Kiyari por acompañarnos. Nathan Parrott was saying, marvelous, Nicholas. You both do a wonderful job. Great conversation. Thank you so much, Nate. Let's see. Oh, Fernando Samaniego was saying, no cap equal truth.
Okay.
So you were right. Mm. Julia said, kudos to Danny's commitment to reading all the related comments. I always give like my 1000%,
Oh, you're
trying
you're
to
the best at this. I
make
don't
the
know.
conversation flow.
I don't know how I would deal with comments as moderator.
I mean,
I hope as good as you, but I have a feeling that I would probably get stuck with like one thing somebody said, like, at the beginning, and I would just talk for that. Like, I would just talk about that for the next like 4 hours.
Mhm.
And then people would be like, could we move on from this? Like, I mean, it's interesting. Thank you. But could we talk about other stuff? And I would keep going and going and going.
No, but thank you. Thank you for.
Oh, you're awesome.
Thank you. Rodrigo Romeo said, yeah, concept art is wild, like Nicolas explained. Right now, I'm trying to learn how to paint with oils as a change of pace. Your videos are always inspiring.
Awesome. Thank you.
Sofía Centurion dice, Danny, I asked you something, but it was some time ago. Maybe you could see it. I think it was it what I said about the question? Because I don't see the question, like the actual question. Sophie? Let's see. Maybe I missed it. No?
Sophie, es que no salió la pregunta.
La pregunta. Sophie, claro que sí.
Nos quedamos esperando la pregunta.
Para responderla acá.
Sí, a ver. Venga y la esperamos, Sophie, porque creo que ya acabé.
Pedro Núñez dice, hola Dani Nicolás, ¿qué tal por Roma? Hola Pedro, la
¿Qué
verdad.
dice Pedro?
Súper chévere todo.
Todo muy bien.
Todo súper, súper chévere.
Todo estuvo muy, muy bien.
Rebeca Caridad dice, okay, just did the first underdrawing that looks like a hint of the subject, my son. Thanks for talking through it all. Sent it to Danny on Instagram. If you'd be willing to take a pic.
Sure.
So let's see it. I love that you were like, I'm done. And then you grab the...
Tom Dunn.
Let's see. So, your mouse.
I know. It's just, honestly, like every day I have to order new stuff for my poor computer.
No, you never have.
Every day. I don't know what the mouse is doing, like on your leg.
Because I can't have it here because it's too far from me.
That's very nice. That's very nice. You could try what's their name? I'm sorry. Rebecca. You could try to be a little more like structured. So by structure I mean, so instead of thinking of just features, like try to place those features in space. So try to think of how, even though features are something like that seem super important and super specific in a portrait, always think of them as like these awesome anchor points that can also tell you how this, head, this portrait that's ultimately this volume is traveling through space. So there's like little things that you could do, tiny little things. I mean, you can remain super expressive if you want. but there's little things that you can do to also help you, and eventually if you're going to paint it, that can also help you make that portrait feel like this three-dimensional wonderful thing. So yeah, just be a little more mindful of that. So when you drop nostrils, for example, think of nostrils as an opportunity to express how that nose is turning in space, how that bottom plane of the nose is turning in space. And you could do the same thing with the brow. You can do the same thing with the eyelids. You could do the same thing with the mouth, the way the mouth curves, the corners of the mouth. There are always opportunities to speak about how forms are kind of turning in space. And even though that may not be something that you want, like this, this three-dimensional idea of a portrait, I think it always makes for something that's super powerful when you can actually, even if it is just hinting at this idea of three-dimensionality in paint, it's quite beautiful.
Bueno, y para cerrar, entonces, Sophie dice,
A ver.
tranquiles, puedo mandar un DM explicando la situación y me contestan cuando puedan. Borré los comentarios porque siento que es mejor explicarles bien y así no sean malentendidos del atelier.
Ah,
y
perfecto.
Tampoco exponerlos al
Eso
atelier,
es, todo
no a
bien.
ustedes.
Perfecto. Sí, escríbanos, Sofi, escríbale a Dani, Sofi.
Listo.
Y ahí le respondemos con todo gusto.
Listo. So, I think we're done for
I think we're
today.
good.
Yeah, I think we're done.
Tom done. Yes. I think we're good. I think the painting is done.
I like it a lot. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not certain.
I know that if you look at, if you could have a distance to see it as a whole, because I'm seeing it as a whole, not only in the screen, but right here.
Yeah.
So I think you have to soak everything in, because I feel it's beautiful as is.
Thank you.
But so maybe I'm sorry. I'm gonna
You
okay?
Yeah.
I'm going to turn off my webcam for 1 second so I can
Or maybe I can do this. Let me try to do this.
Because I was gonna try.
Oh well, let me try.
Okay.
Try. I want to feel useful doing this.
Useful. You're always useful.
Oh no, I do the boring painting part, so I don't think I can untape this. But let's see.
No, ese es el enfoque.
Oh shit, that was a focus. I'm hopeless. Is that good?
No.
Is that?
No, peor. Un poquito menos.
That has to be.
Come
on, I'm looking at the paint. I think that's good enough. Oh, there's a little bit of distortion there, so I'm making everything worse.
I told you I could help, Nicolito.
How's that? So that's pretty. Oh my god, look at that angle. I'm looking at the edges. So I think that's how it would look like without distortion.
Mm-hmm.
I think it looks okay. Not great,
I think
but okay.
you're always super harsh.
I'm always. That's my job. But
well, it's not.
I think it looks okay. I'm happy with it.
Mm-hmm.
It's challenging. Oh shit. Let me see. Oh fuck me. I just lifted. I have to do something about this. Wait. Talk amongst yourselves as I fix this. There you go. Nothing to see. Look at that. Perfect. Yeah. So,
Rosalind was saying, this is perfect. I love it so much.
Thank you, Rosalind. Thank you.
Camille O'Gorman was
O'Gorman.
Es tan increíblemente espectacular.
No, pero eso ya son muchos adjetivos.
No, but I think it's good to read this because I think that sometimes, a lot of times, you are a little bit harsh on yourself.
Always. That's, I don't know. I think that's just the nature of who we are. So, or at least the nature of who I am.
Mm-hmm.
I tend to be, I don't know. I see the good things, but I also see things too. I mean, that's a good thing. That's a cool thing to see things that I should have paid more attention to, because I don't think I can work on them on this painting, but I always tell myself next painting, that was like, that's the lesson for next painting. And that excites me, I feel. I always get like excited about those moments that I like those teaching moments that the painting can provide for me. So no, that's a good thing. But it doesn't mean that I can't be critical of the painting. So yeah, so I'm okay with it. I'm okay.
So, Ricardito dice, el pelo es tan bello, las partes abstractas contra las partes más detalladas, está tan increíblemente balanceado. Está tan bien balanceado, perdón, yo le metí
El increíblemente de Ogorman.
Sí.
Gracias, Ricardito. Esa era la idea. Desde el comienzo, en los videos anteriores, como que cuando estaba tratando de expresar lo que hubiera querido con el pelo, que a mí se me hace un poco abrumador cuando uno trata de pensar como en cada hebra de pelo, cada trenza, cada chuto, cada, no sé cómo le digan en otros sitios, cada bucle, cada chuto, cada onda, lo que sea. A mí me abruma mucho. Entonces, cuando yo me siento abrumado por cosas que debo representar, siempre recaigo en pintura, en que la pintura me ayude a decirlas de otra manera. Y normalmente la otra manera como uno puede decir con pintura es de una forma súper abstracta y súper bonita que tiene que ver como con color, con gesto, con el control del tono de ese color, con la saturación de ese color. Bueno, con maneras que no tienen que ser ligadas necesariamente a la representación y en las que yo trato de sentirme cómodo, o sea, con las que yo trato de sentirme cómodo y que yo siento que pueden ser como aliadas en mi pintura. Entonces, también quedé satisfecho con eso. No en todas partes, pienso que hay unas partes en donde me apreté mucho y traté como de ser medio descriptivo, pero terminé como en un pequeño limbo. Y hay otras partes que sí me gusta mucho porque funciona como ese balance que describe Ricardo, funciona bien. Pero la verdad es que no tenía mucha idea de cómo iba cómo iba a pasar eso. Entonces, sin poderlo como visualizar, pienso que fue chévere. O sea, pienso que salió suficientemente bien. Entonces quedo satisfecho.
So, I think we're done.
Sí.
Yes. No, I was going to say, remember, we're going to be here on Monday. So if you want, you can subscribe and ring the bell to know when we're live. You okay?
Yeah, no, I'm tapping. I'm thinking. So I'm looking at the painting thinking. So I'm sorry.
No. So you can know when we're going to be live if you want to join us. And that's it. Thank you again, always, for joining us and being our company.
Always, yes.
And do you want to say something?
I was thinking if we are going to be here tomorrow.
Maybe. We'll have to see because I don't know. Tomorrow I have a medical appointment, but it's very early.
Okay.
So.
Do you need the afternoon to work?
No. I was just thinking that maybe if they ordered like something.
Pizza?
No.
Oh.
In the medical appointment. If they order me to do something, like
order
an exam
pizza?
or whatever.
Oh, that
I don't
sort
know
of
if
order.
that's going to take longer, but I think that we could
order pizza?
That too, but also be here, maybe.
Yeah, no. So it's, you tell me if we're good. So.
Well, but it depends on.
I know. But
that,
so you let me know because we could do maybe something. I kind of need to when I do these, I also need to do like quicker painting, just to like I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to say. But I like doing this, but I also feel that I need, like, my hands urge me to do something like super expressive also.
Yeah.
So I feel like I need those moments. So if we could maybe we could make a smaller painting, like super one shot like painting. That'd be cool.
I love that Carla said, we will order you both a pizza, and Thom said, take a break, get some pizza. So tomorrow we have to.
Oh, only because people are telling us to do so.
Yeah, only because Carla and Thom.
And
We're saying
only
that we
because we're
have.
trying to like stray farther away from the body that Tom needs for his paintings.
Yeah.
So, I mean, no, Danny would be amazing, but me, I
No.
would be I would be an awesome like secondary character that dies like in the background, that would
No.
be like, oh, or like a seven deadly sin, that body has sinned in many ways. It
No, not in
shows
my painting.
it's decayed and degraded.
No, in my
You
painting
know,
you wouldn't
if you
be.
give me like bat wings, and maybe I'm eating people, I could pull that off. Or if you make me like super big, and I just came to like ravage a village, I can also work like
I
that.
think you're stretching it like so bad.
Yeah,
So bad.
but in many ways so good.
Thumb said, me and you both, Nick.
There you go. The attack of the ogres. Just put us under a bridge. That's where we belong. Anyways, we're
Yeah.
good.
I think Julia is right.
What's
Julia
that?
dice, me encanta que últimamente siempre que se despiden, después empieza una conversación de media hora.
Yeah. I mean, it's company.
Yeah,
It's always hard to say goodbye to company. So,
yeah.
Anyways.
So thank you, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
And Ricardito dice, pizza. So we'll see you maybe
Yes.
tomorrow,
Yeah,
I think.
if we can.
Yeah. So thank you, everyone,
Thank you,
again for
guys.
joining us. We'll see you.
Bye.
Bye.